Federalist No. 7. The same subject continues concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were granted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised and claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite first man in the country will not only consent to serve, but also will generally be appointed to manage it. For although town or country, or other contracted influence, may place men in state assemblies, or senates, or courts of justice, or executive departments yet more general and extensive in some of the state's heads, it will result that the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect to us. Because under the national government, treaties and articles of treaties, as well as the laws of nations, will always be adjudications on the same points and questions in 13 states or in 3 or 4 confederacies will not always accord and be consistent, and that, as well from the variety of independent courts and judges appointed by different and independent governments, as from the different local laws and interests which may affect and influence them. The wisdom of the convention in committing such questions to the jurisdiction and judgment of courts appointed by and responsible only to one national government cannot be too much amended, because the prospect of present loss or advantage may often tempt the governing party in 1 or 2 states to swerve from good faith and justice, but those temptations not reaching the other states, and consequently having little or no influence on the national government. Temptation will be fruitless, and good faith and justice be preserved. The keys of the treaty of peace, wherein that take weight to this reasoning, because even if the governing party in a state should be disposed to resist such temptations, yet as such temptations may and commonly do result from circumstances peculiar to the state, and may affect a great number of the inhabitants, the governing party may not always be able, if willing, to prevent the injustice meditated, or to punish the aggressors. But the national as well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states. This their external force and security is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. They seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor have adverted to the consequences of the principles to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative either of taking refuge at once in the arms of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. It is not a new observation in the people of any country. If, like the Americans, intelligent and well-informed, and steadily persevere for many years in an erroneous opinion respecting their interests, the consideration naturally tends to create respect for the high opinion which the people of America have so long and uniformly entertained of the importance of their continuing firmly united under one federal government vested with sufficient powers for all general and national purposes. The more attentively I consider and investigate the reasons which appear to have given birth to this opinion, the more I become convinced that they are cogent and conclusive. Among the many objects to which a wise and free people find it necessary to direct their attention, that of providing for their safety seems to be the first. The safety of the people doubtless has relation to a great variety of circumstances and considerations, and consequently affords great latitude to those who wish to define it precisely and comprehensively. At present, I mean only to consider as it respects security for the preservation of peace and tranquility, as well as against dangers from foreign arms and influence, as from dangers of the like kind arising from domestic causes. As the former of these comes first in order, it is proper and should be the first discussed. Let us therefore proceed to examine whether the people are not right in their opinion that a cordial union under an efficient national government affords them the best security that can be devised against hostilities from abroad. The number of wars which have happened or will happen in the world will always be found to be in proportion to the number and weight of the causes which the real pretended to provoke or invite them. If this report be just, it becomes useful to inquire whether so egregious causes of war are likely to be given by European America as by Pacific America, for if it should turn out that United America will give the fewest, then it will follow that in its spirit the Union intends most to preserve the people in a state of peace with other nations. his teaching is PTR.
Hey Megatron, I have a question for you, Megatron.
Dorothy there. It's kind of late. Well, it's only 8, a little before 9 o'clock for him. I don't know if he's there.
Are you there, Megatron? Son of Megatron.
Ground control to Megatron.
Oh, most patient Megatron. Oh, most all-knowing Megatron. Oh, most all-wise Megatron, just and kind Megatron. Knower of all that is there to know. King of all kings, Megatron. Hear me now, Megatron.
So clean my phone is unmuted.
So, you know, JCC and Royvis, I don't want to let you guys in on a little secret since you guys are such staunch atheists, but Megatron's name is the secret name of Kitover, the crown holy Kabbalah. And our presence with the crown, we are now the four-pointed star of the Sephiroth. Ribbon Shalom. Hello?
Past and future, we shall have good ground to apprehend that the sword would sometimes be appealed to as the arbiter of our differences. The circumstances of the dispute between Connecticut and Pennsylvania, respecting the land at Wyoming, admonish us not to be sanguine in expecting an easy accommodation of such differences. The Articles of Confederation oblige the parties to submit the matter to the decision of a federal court. The submission was made, and the court decided in favor of Pennsylvania. But Connecticut gave strong indications of dissatisfaction with that determination, nor did she appear to be entirely resigned to it, till, by negotiation and management, something like an equivalent was found for the loss she supposed herself to have sustained. Nothing here said is intended to convey the slightest censure on the conduct of that state. She no doubt sincerely believed herself to have been injured by the decision, and states, like individuals,
I'm sorry, were you guys talking? I had my Suno playing. All right, well, gentlemen, I know I've made fun of you both a lot over the past couple of years for being low IQ, but that was all just for fun. The truth is you're stupid. You're not just low IQ. But I wanna hit the bell, and I want you guys to take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds. Here we go. Now grab your balls. Grab your balls with both your hands, and again, take the deepest breath of the day. Squeeze your balls. There you go. JCC, you of course can grab your clitoris. Go ahead.
JCC's trying to chill and make a fire and eat pizza right now. I came in here a long time.
Ooh,
son. Unfortunately, when it's done, it's good for this. We have no control. So, because Megatron's kind of You know what is worse than a stupid is being a white stupid, a white fucking people. Yeah, white people are fucking stupid, I know. They're trash, they're fucking trash, boy. Fucking trash. They got stinky legs, they don't use washcloths. They're fucking, they just have to be coupled, they don't see the right especially black people. That's true, yes, that's true. My favorite thing. Oh my god, I smell bad here, bro. I smell fucking
Ribbon Shalom. Be at peace.
Smell bad, bro. I smell bad. And So advise your fucking European fucking slut.
Wow.
Shit, don't tell me I'm fucking American. I ain't Americans, but I'm with this fucking American.
Yeah, most of the world does.
Wow.
China all the way. China all the day, bro.
Amazing.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you white trash. You look this lot.
Jesus.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Put 500 fucking miles. It's a fucking
I need to be free of those telling me what to do.
imitation of Christ. And Mary, when you've gotten neglected and you don't hurt with the ends, but your heart is happy that is dying to self. When your advice is disregarded, your opinions ridiculed, and you refuse to let go rise in your heart and take it all in patience. Love is silence that is dying to self. When you lovingly and patiently bear disorder, irregularity taught you to stand unknown, and endure it as Jesus endured it. To record your own good works for praise after any accomplishment. When you can truly love to be alone. When you can see your brother, sister, prosper, and can honestly rejoice with them, and feel no envy, though your needs are greater. And it's dying to serve. With any food, any offering, any ring, any climate, any society that is dying to serve. When you can take my when you can always find it inwardly as well as outwardly with no repay, resentment rising your dying to self, killing your ego, and living the perfect imitation of Christ and Mary. When you are forgotten or neglected, and you don't hurt with the insult, but your heart is happy, that is dying to self. When your advice is disregarded, your opinions ridiculed, and you refuse to let anger rise in your heart and take it all in patience. Loving silence that is dying to self. When you lovingly and patiently bear disorder, irregularity, kindness, and annoyance, and endure it as Jesus endured it, that is dying to self. When you never care to refer to yourself in conversation or record your own good works or reach for praise after accomplishment, you can truly love to be unknown. That is dying to self. When you can see your brother or sister prosper, you can honestly rejoice with them and feel no envy, though your needs are greater. That is dying to self. When you are content with any food, any offering, any raiment, any climate or any society, that is dying to self. When you can take correction, when you can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising up within your heart. Yet did it to all creatures. That is dying to self. Fire, water, air. they desire to get well. Providing his dreams with desire always with the living, please God. If it is good for my soul, we can do many good things in health with sickness hinders us from doing. Then it's because we ought to ask God to give us patience. Because that often happens when a man gets well. He does not do the good he proposed to do when he was sent by him. Why he stands in his ground. Always a blind rat. Always stays in the ground and eats earth and hollows it out. Is never satisfied with it. So is the avaricious man or woman. 12 penitents you never made vows. How do you fight the next spiritual fathers? If we do not such vows, it is best to make the conditionally. How they were allowed to have two masses set on that Lucy's day with this bargain. If I can, if I will not forget it, because if I do not remember it, I do not wish to be back. I do not wish to be back. I do not wish to be buy anything he ought not to do so because he is moved by an attachment to hide from one in necessity. For we will never do to buy attachments. 15 certain little voluntary attachments. Love must be cut through. Yeah, we must dig around them and then remove the earth till we get down deep enough to find a place where they are rooted in the place. 16, a person must be ready to enjoy when you a virtuous motive. He is more to try others and even with governments and to be in battle with others and regarded and driven the war. 17, our enemy, the devil who fights with us in order to vanquish us. Seek to disunite us in the houses and to breed quarrels. This life's contact and rivalries. Because while we are fighting patriarchs possessed riches and had wives and children, but they lived without defiling their affections with these things, although they possessed them, because they only allowed themselves the use of them, and were ready to abandon them in whatever way the majesty of God might require of them. We ought to pray God importunate them with little pains.
For tribulations, we bear them patiently for the love of God. They're bitter at first, but they grow sweet when one gets accustomed to the taste.
The man who loves God with a true heart and prizes him above all things, sometimes sheds floods of tears of prayer and has an abundance of faith and spiritual faculties coming upon him with such vehemence that he is forced to cry out, Lord, let me be quiet. But a man ought not to seek these sweetnesses and sensible devotions forcibly, for he will be easily deluded by the devil and will run over to seek injury his health. When the soul lies resignedly in the hands of God and is contented with the divine pleasure, it is in good hands and has the best security that good will happen to it.
To be entirely conformed and resigned to the divine will is truly a religion. We can conform, and is the only road which leads us to taste. And joy and peace are sensual and earthly men know nothing about.
Resignation is all in all to the sick man. He ought to say to God, Lord, if you want me, here I am. Although I have never done any good, do with me what you will. 18 can never make a noise of any sort in church, except for the greatest necessity. 19, patience is necessary for the servant of God, and we must not be distressed and troubled or wait for consolation. When seculars have once chosen their secular state, let them persevere in it, and in the devout exercises which they have begun, and in their works of charity, and they shall have contentment until death.
21.
The vocation to the religious life is one of the great benefits which the Mother of God obtains from her Son for those who are devoted to her.
22.
There is nothing more dangerous in the spiritual life than to wish to rule ourselves after our own way of thinking.
21.
Among the things we ought to ask of God is perseverance in well-doing and in serving the Lord, because if we only have patience to persevere in the good life we have begun to lead, we shall acquire a most eminent degree of spirituality.
Body, he is perfect in his school. The Christ who despises me despise. Rejoices in self-contempt and has himself to be very nothingness.
The way which God takes with the souls that love Him by allowing them to be tempted and to fall into tribulations is a true espousal between Himself and them.
In passing from a bad state to a good one, there is no need of counsel, but in passing from a good one to a better time, counsel and prayer must know the decision. We must continually pray to God for the conversion of sinners, thinking of the joy there is in heaven both to God and the angels in the conversion of each separate sinner. To speak of ourselves without cause, saying, I have said, I have done, incapacitates us from receiving spiritual consolations. We ought to desire to be in such a condition as to want sixpence and not be able to get it. Let us despise gold, silver, jewels, and all of the blind and cheated world vainly and ignorantly prizes. Let us learn here below to give God the confession of praise which we ought to hope to give Him in heaven above. He who wishes to go to paradise must be an honest man and a good Christian, and not give heed to dreams. Any fathers and mothers of families should bring up their children virtuously, looking at them rather as God's children than their own, and to count life and health and all they possess as loans which they hold of God. In saying the Pater Noster, we ought to reflect that we have God for our Father in heaven, and so go on making a sort of meditation of it word by word, tend to make ourselves disaffected to the things of the world. It is a good thing to think seriously of the end of them, saying to ourselves, and then, 11. The devil, who is a most high spirit, is never more completely mastered than by humility of heart and a simple, clear, undisguised manifestation of our sins and temptations to our confessor. that is our relations with God shall send it to us, and not desire at any other time. For it is sometimes necessary that it should happen at that particular moment for the good of our own and their souls. 18. The perfection of a Christian consists in knowing how to mortify himself for the love of Christ. He who desires ecstasies and visions does not know what he is desiring. 20. As for those who run after visions, dreams, and the like, we must lay hold of them by the feet and pull them to the ground by force, lest they should fall into the devil's net. But according to the rules of the fathers and ancient monks, whoever wishes to advance in perfection must hold the world in no reputation. So there's nothing more displeasing to God than our being inflated with self-esteem. When a man knows how to bring down his own will and to deny his soul and desires, he's got a good degree of virtue. When a man falls into any bodily infirmity, he must lie and think and say, God has sent me this seriously because he wishes something of me. I must therefore make up my mind to change my life and become better. When a man has a tribulation sending from God and is impatient, when they say to him, you are not worthy that God should visit you. You do not deserve so great a good. Poverty and tribulations are given us by God as trials of our fidelity and virtue, as well as to enrich us with all the everlasting riches in heaven. As the rules ought to be most carefully avoided, as they disquiet the mind and make a man melancholy. Let us throw ourselves into the arms of God and be sure that if he wishes anything of us, he will make us good for all he desires us to do for him. Nothing helps a man more than prayer.
Persons who live in the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. Temptation comes, a man should remember the sweetnesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will not easily master the temptation. Spirituality is usually very great in the beginning, but afterwards the Lord fidgets along in sorrow. Makes as though he will go farther. In such a case, we must stand firm and not be disturbed, because God is then withdrawing his most holy hand of sweetnesses to see if we are strong. And then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, the sweetnesses and heavenly consolations return. We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before. should not wish to sacrifice the supererogation. Infection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21 is the restrict of the Soviet job of avarice. We shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the unseen virtue liberating. Even in the midst of the crowd, we yet be going on to perfection. 23 not everything was better in itself. It's better for trying to particular. You need to find out how to keep yourself unsafe. And God will deliver you from your evil ways. With little defects in others, as we have against our own, we'll submit with natural reflex in ourselves. 25 and a break will interpret the equals and be accompanied by servants. As the state requires my brother's peace should go along with it all. It all. We should not be quick in correcting others, but rather think of ourselves first. Persons who live in the world should look to mirror. Becoming a church in sermons and remember to read spirituals, especially the lives of the saints. When temptation comes, the man should remember the sweetest that he has had in prayer and other times that he will bless. He's the master of the temptation. The father of spirituality is usually greater than the beginning, but afterwards the more peace and longer silence makes us know we will go farther. It's our case we must stand firm and not be disturbed, because guidance and withdrawing is also the end of weaknesses. To see if we are strong and if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, sweetnesses and heavenly consolations. Return. We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before. And the Lord uses regular flavors and consolations double five. It's easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time, but the great matter is to persevere. Leave them before we actually die. In death, at least we all live family apart, as empty-handed as we came. It's great, but requires a whole man. 11. The discipline and other like things are not to be practiced without the leave of our confessor. He who does it of his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good 13 before going to confession or taking counsel with a director. It would be very useful to pray for a sincere goodwill to become a really holy man. For see, he who runs away from one cross will meet a billion one on his road. 15 Christ-like sinners, we must say our therefore, and hope that paradise will be ours. Provided we repent of our sins, do good. Never let a sick man set himself to reason with the devil. Otherwise, he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17. He who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. Hey, Give arms. 20 perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21 as soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the opposite virtue, liberality. In the midst of the crowd we can be going on to perfection and glory. Not everything which is better in itself is bad for each man in particular. 24. Be devout to the Madonna. Keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25. If we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural defects. 26. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others, as we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 27. The men of rank ought to dress like their equals and be accompanied by servants, as their state requires, but modesty should go along with it all. 28. We should not be quick at correcting others, but rather to think of ourselves first. Saint Peter and the other apostles and apostolical men, seeing the Son of God born in poverty, and then living so absolutely without anything, that he knew not where to lay his head. Contemplating him dead and naked on a cross, souls offered to them. Such blows, wounds, and the like. So in order to imitate Christ by the charity, they accustom their hearts before them to forgive real injuries when they come. Let us think of Mary, for she is that unspeakable virgin, that glorious lady, who conceived and brought forth without detriment to her virginity. Hell, who the width of the heavens cannot contain the finished their charity. They accustom their hearts beforehand to forgive real injuries when they come. True servants of God acknowledges no other country but heaven. 17. When God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul, a man ought to prepare for some serious tribulation or temptation. 18. When we have these extraordinary sweetnesses, we ought to ask of God fortitude to bear whatever He may please to send us, and then to stand very much upon our guard, because there is danger of sin behind. 19. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once, or become a saint in 4 days. 20 young wolves we are like desperate marks in the poverty, but not filthiness. 21 he who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defense. Think gently without particular examination of conscience, even then defense until the time of sacramental confession. Man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 24. We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. The skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to flay it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more keen and difficult it is. 25. This first which we ought to have taken ourselves already, we are all things in our mind, and put it in execution. 21. A man ought to set about putting his good resolutions in practice and not change them lightly. We must not omit our run and every devotion for every trifling occasion that may come in the way. Such moments of confession on our fixed days, particularly here in Mass on weekdays. If we wish to go out walking or anything of that sort, let us make our confession and perform our usual exercises first, and then go. It is very useful for those who minister the Word of God, give themselves up to prayer, to read the works of authors whose names begin with S, such as St. Augustine, St. Bernard, and Saint 21. Nothing more glorious can happen to a Christian than to suffer for Christ. We ought to make no account of abstinences and fat when there is self-will in the matter. To our Blessed Lady is the dispenser of all the favors which the goodness of God concedes to the sons of Adam. Seeking for counsel is necessary, sometimes to hear what our inferiors think and to recommend ourselves to their prayers. A man never to say one word in his own praise, however true it may be, no, not even in a joking way. Whenever we do a good work, and We are to imagine that what we do for the sick man we are doing for Christ Himself. We shall thus perform this work of mercy with more love and greater spiritual pride. He whose health will not permit him to fast in honor of Christ. Each time you'll learn something unique with each relation. So it's a beautiful thing that two people came together and they don't really know what they're doing. They're not really prepared. But they love each other and they learn from one another and then they go their separate ways. It doesn't mean that it's failed, right? It was just temporary and it sounds successful. Because I'll tell you, a lot of people, it's one relationship where they resent each other when they break up after another. They're like, oh, I hate that person. They don't even speak that they were their place in the conflict, right? So, again, there are ways in which you are ahead for your age.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like I have had that comment before, or that people say that, that my age still allowed me to keep my youth, even though I matured my brain. But in general, just really, I guess really the way I see it, like I say, is that I see that I have $70K in student debt that I have right now. And what's worst part about it is that I have to start paying by the end of next year. And for federal loans, even though you can get deferred payments that you make for your loans, my private loans don't necessarily offer the same grace. So
You deal with it when it comes to it, right? And you don't get yourself bogged down in the future because you don't live in the present, right? It doesn't require your attention right now. I focus on the things that do require your attention, okay?
Well, that's what I'm doing right now. Is that the thing is that I can't. It's all contingent upon me finishing school, and I'm almost dead dog broke, and I can't get a job, and I always struggle with employment.
Okay, deep breath here. The problem, it sounds like you might be dealing with anxiety. Okay, I know that sounds weird. I'm divergent and neurodivergent, but anyways, it sounds like you might be dealing with anxiety, and anxiety is fear, but it's a special kind of fear. It's fear of what might happen in the future. And it's great because it's there to protect you, but right now it's screwing you big time because being this anxious is making it hard to concentrate on finishing your school. Yeah?
Well, I think what the worst thing about it is the fact that I've done, the right thing and it's gotten me nothing.
Okay. Yeah, been there, done that. Not that you need to know that, but yeah, who cares if everybody else is executable? Not helpful. Yeah.
It's just like I look at, specifically everybody else, like people in my family have not worked as hard as I have, and they get everything handed to them in spite of them not having any sort of neurodivergence whatsoever.
Well, my mom's also neurodivergent, and she literally rammed a police car and got thrown in jail. And I can't tell you how good things are for her. It makes me nothing but unhappy. It's just, there's a lot of unfairness going around, and it isn't just because someone is neurodivergent or unneurodivergent. Again,
I just will say, you don't have to worry about me doing harm to anybody else.
of course.
In my dark moments,
Don't ram police cars. That's a really bad idea.
No, I would do something that's stupid.
My mom thought she was doing the right thing. That wasn't.
It's not a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Really, just in general, though, I have thought about doing things when I'm driving alone.
I see.
A few months ago, I was I almost thought about driving into a lane one time.
Yeah, don't do that either.
You might not believe me now, but
Sorry, what?
sorry, you might not believe me now, right? But everything that makes you different and makes you fucking struggle is what will make you great, right? We only grow through strife. Some people in life are just so lackadaisy, they never grow. And you look at people in your family, you don't want to be them because it lacks substance, right? So if you can do it, and as a neurodivergent person, you get a perspective on the world that most people don't, right? And you've got to extract from that something that you can bring to the world, right? Because there's people out there that need you. You don't see it yet, right? I didn't see it. I didn't see how all the time people would say that I was wasting time doing graphic design and stuff on my own for no reason. And then doing lots of research or debating on the internet, all these waste of time things, right? And then I would start my business, right? Or even on the application, I have to pay anybody to do any of my graphic designs, not my logos, not my leaflets, or anything. Because I can fucking do it, right? I didn't see that coming. Right? And you won't see how the things you do to you will be utilized in the future.
So Marcos has a really good point that Marcos, I don't think you really realize something about what you're saying. But what you're saying is, hey, I started my own business. I controlled what I was doing. I controlled my time. I controlled what I did. I didn't have to answer to anybody. Okay, I think he did say that. But yeah, a lot of people who are neurodivergent, find starting their own business to be the best way to get about things. And I know that's hard. But if you've got an idea that nobody else has come up with yet, give it a thought.
I know a guy who started a business picking up people's dogs in their gardens because they didn't want to do it.
I heard about that guy.
Right, well, I don't know, this is something local to me, right? But the point is, it's nothing to start with. You just gotta find something, and it's better if it's unattractive.
He started a company. He hires people to do this like all over the place.
Yeah, like that's big. Then you need to expand.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen this manga in the chat. I don't know if I should bring him up.
When Nick Ryan's trying to say what's up to you, buddy, trying to get with the conversation. I hope you're doing well. See the title of this hyperbolic or, that's a serious situation. But, just trying to get a judge of what's going on.
Basically, a lot of stuff. I mean, I was explaining about how I was dealing with family, like, recently that just happened. But it's just been a lot of things with me not being able to finish school and to have enough money for school and trying to get a fucking job and, just also just having family that just constantly bullies me and then potentially may kick me out of the house. So
There's a lot of bullshit that's all coming together all at once.
yeah.
And something that's important for you to know is you don't have to understand everything right now. Right? Sometimes our minds are trying to put everything together to understand everything going on. And sometimes you just need to release that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And use your energy in better places.
Yeah.
Which is a hard thing to tell by a neurodivergent person, right? I know. I've been through that shit.
Yeah. I don't know about some of these people in the chat. I don't know if I can trust people like Mountain.
Yeah, I don't know what type of.
Neurodivergent.
Can you get rid of him?
Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean by this. Like, explain what is it? Why do you trust me as you neurodivergent? Like, you have a problem? Well, I'm not going to bring you up, Mountain, because I don't think that I'm not convinced that you're the person I should bring up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, because he has.
Yeah. I just know one thing, Mountain. If you can explain why you address me as neurodivergent, then I may let you up.
No, that's troll. That guy's a troll. Right there. I might not know much, but that guy's a troll.
Yeah. Well, I just want to know what he meant by that ultimately before I kick him. So.
You don't really, like, the thing with people like that, his internal world works very differently to yours, right? And you don't need to fucking understand it. You see that it's fucking bullshit, right? The only reason people need to put you down is because they feel less than, right? People that are completely confident and content they don't have a motivation to put other people down, right? Only people that are fucking miserable and shit seek out to give people what they can, right? That's a him.
I agree.
Yeah, I just removed him because.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the first thing to realize is somebody like you, Necro, who feeds through human beings' emotional baggage and bullshit, right? And feeds them illogical, right? That's a fucking gift. You know what I mean? Like, you see the shit that they don't see. And if you can take these things into consideration for what you would be good at, right, in a career, right? Somebody who doesn't get caught up in, like narratives, like bullshit, propaganda.
So someone who can see, I don't know what you are. Daniel, no. Yeah, so someone who can see the bullshit coming and head it off. Because that would be something.
Just ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate assessment, Daniel. The guy who sees the bullshit.
I just want to make a brief comment. It's like when I've listened to Necro for years, and just when I hear a voice like his, I feel like less crazy, less weird, and just affirmed. So I love your voice, and when I say voice, I mean like what you have to say and your take, your perspective, because it's not an ordinary take. So that's what I feel when I hear from you. It's just, I'm not alone or I'm not weird in some ways. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's a lot to say about you, but I hope you feel better, man, and I hope that.
Cool. That I hadn't thought about. Necro, do you belong any to houses that, have, are specific to your neurodivergence? Because I find it, has been super helpful for me to be in that. I mean, it can be hard.
So there's a guy, his name is Christian Hell. I don't know if you know his name.
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay. He runs a thing called Ask the Autistic. He runs rooms like that, but I gotta say I haven't gone into his rooms because I usually sleep in on Sundays, so.
Yeah, I don't know why, but my groups, I've been having trouble finding them lately. I don't think my peeps have been posting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I wasn't such a lazy person, I could post my own, start my own rooms. And the nice thing about posting your own room or opening your own room is that I could immediately smack someone down like a mountain as soon as I felt like it. And I could set things up at the times that are convenient for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and forgive me, I just, the reason I let people off because I want to just, humor them mainly.
You gotta be careful. I mean, I personally have learned to be careful because if I let people up, I actually, okay, this is why I'm in this atheist group here, because I actually founded an atheist group in the city that I'm in. So, and more than one, actually, a couple of them. So I've had to deal with in-person trolls who have given me trouble, and I gotta tell you, getting an in-person person out of the room is not easy. So, and of course, as you've known, if you're dealing with someone who's not respecting you in person, it's emotionally draining. It takes something out of you, that you go home and you think about that interaction for days. And I do not want to deal with that in this virtual environment. It's so easy to avoid it if possible. I know it might sound, bad to want to screen people like that, but I'm over it. I don't have to deal with that anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting. For a while, I thought about deleting my Clubhouse account because I was dealing with a lot of negativity in rooms that I went into, but it's like there's nothing so powerful in realizing that, you can always, leave whatever room that's,
You can have virtual boundaries too. I loved that he said something about boundaries. Loved it.
Well, I think one of the things, though, really I can't get over is the fact that you've literally have had people in recorded rooms who have actually encouraged me to commit suicide.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you've got your own room here.
Yeah, well, the thing is that it goes against Clubhouse's TOS, and the fact that this Clubhouse is still not removed. Those people who have repeatedly told me on recording, told me to kill myself.
Nice.
And I mean, it's just in general, it's not something I'm used to. I mean, when I was a freshman in high school, I was constantly told that, I was going to grow up to molest children, that I was going to become a rapist was something that I was told when I was in freshman year of high school, repeatedly.
Damn, the worst thing we did to each other was stick maxi pads with like red, food coloring on them to people's lockers. I mean, things have really gotten dark.
Yeah, well, I only suffered from it because, as a guy that's an easy target, mainly, if you're an easy target, you usually do the worst. So.
And I don't like this. I don't like hearing that people are doing this to each other. I don't know. Is this a new thing? High school and college were a long time ago.
So, I don't know how old you are, but...
Old. Really old.
But like age gap?
I don't.
Are you a millennial or are you
I don't know what I am. I'm 55 years old.
Oh, really? You're that old?
Yeah, I'm an oldster. It's funny. I'm an oldster taking care of oldsters. I tell you, the money's good.
Well, it's interesting. I actually thought you were around my age, believe it or not.
It's like the whole neurodivergent thing. I mean, it took a very long time to mature, and probably haven't yet.
You just sound like I guess you sound like a lot of my friends who are like illustration majors. Kind of like that voice.
Like the cartoon? Are you saying I have a cartoon voice?
No, I have like more of like a narration voice, like those like people who are animators, like those like talking heads that animators do on like YouTube videos.
I'm better than those.
Yeah, kind of like the twang, like they do ultimately.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks, that might be part of it. But also, my roommate is 24 years old, and I just do better with people who are younger than me. People who are my peers, like, they've had lives. They have children that have just graduated from college. They're about to retire, and they haven't been, fired constantly. I mean, seriously, my life has been shit. And getting kicked out of school was really like the cherry on the cake.
Yeah. Which you didn't get kicked out of high school though, right?
No, I graduated from high school and college fine, but right about the time I turned 28, right about 28. So I'm not autistic. I just kind of had tinges of it. A lot of my friends are autistic. Around 28, things went downhill for me mentally. And yeah, so no, but I mean, God, I cannot forgive people who have been telling you to kill yourself. I mean,
yeah,
I just
I take it really seriously as well. I mean,
people do. They do kill themselves. They get taunted into doing it, and that's just evil.
I think it's even more fucked up than just killing them, being like,
Yeah.
like, I mean, actively, trying to, drive on somebody into their death, making them feel more miserable until they eventually kill themselves. That sounds to me more fucked up.
Yeah, of is to set maybe, unreasonable sounding boundaries. It's like, I'm not going to deal with you ever.
Yeah.
I'm lucky, I guess. I've never had to deal with that. I mean, I just wasn't young enough.
I guess it's really more of a thing maybe like the guys go through.
No guys were going through that when I was in high school. I would have heard about it.
I gotcha. Well, I mean, back then, usually they just had a class of people by. They didn't have things like the internet, or it was very primitive. So.
You want to know what they did to the guys that were in high school when I was in high school? Because it's kind of funny. No, it was so much worse. But not as bad. Not as bad as now.
Texas wedgie.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So they took this poor guy. It was unfair to pick on him. Okay, and I know I'm laughing, and I shouldn't, because it shouldn't be funny, but I went to an all-girls school, and so they took this little guy and they brought him to our school, and they tied him to a pole. They had blindfold on, and right before they left, they took his blindfold off, and he's like, help, no. Because what could be more embarrassing than taking someone to an all-girls school and tying them up? I mean, that's mean. That's just really mean. But
at least they kept him clothed, right?
Oh yeah, but okay. It's funny you mention this. These guys did things to themselves that were stupid. I was on the girls' swim team, and we didn't have a pool, so we had to go to the boys' pool to swim at their school. And one day, all the girls at my school started screaming, and they're like, go to the window. So we go to the window, and we see these guys with bags on their heads running around the school, stark naked. Okay? So I'm like, we see you in those teeny bathing suits all the time. Do you really think we don't? Yeah, do you really think we don't know who you are? I mean, just because you're not wearing the Speedo.
I got me to the TV meeting.
Yes. Yeah, that too.
They really have small dicks.
Of course they did. It was cold.
Gotcha.
No, it gets better though. Okay, so it's an all-girls school. We had nuns. And they're wearing freaking bags over their heads.
That was really long and hard feeling, right?
Pardon me, what?
That was really a long and hard feeling you got there.
With the bag on his head. Well, he couldn't see very well with the bag on his head. So instead of going over the gate, he went into the tennis court. And the wall on the tennis court was much, much higher than the one on the gate. So here he is climbing as fast as he can, up to like about one story, with nuns staring at his naked ass the entire time. And of course he had to climb down because he couldn't make it. But I mean, I heard about that, and everybody was laughing like crazy. And of course, it was, for them it was bad. For us it was an afternoon of entertainment. I mean, what were they thinking, that we were going to be emotionally scarred by their TVs? No.
Yeah.
We were just going to mock them the next time we saw them at the pool.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting though. It's like, I mean, I have like my dark moments where I, laugh at stuff that should not have been funny. Like when I was hearing somebody tell a story about their grandfather who had Alzheimer's. He was somebody who disappeared for a long time, but all of a sudden, apparently, they found out about how, they get a call from Tolkien from Kmart asking him, says, hey, it does want to know store manager was yelling at him the entire time to get out of the Kmart.
Oh, not very helpful.
Yeah, it was really difficult for me to not laugh at that hearing that story. But I felt like I was going to hell so bad. Everything was fine, but
you do have to laugh sometimes.
yeah, I mean, it's just like, for example, I used to watch. There's a guy The Amazing Racist, and he did videos where he there are things that should not be funny, and I said for example, when he was going around the KKK outfit, I was like, beat his ass. How has nobody murdered this guy? I think I just love the guy's reaction. He's in the gas station. He's asking, because he brings in a cross, of course, and he asks him specifically. His reaction was, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Step out of here." He's like, "Are you fucking joking, bro?" And then he goes to cleaners to try to get his uniform cleaned. And the guy's like, "Come on, Mr. Cleaner, clean this shit." And he's like, "I want to take this outside, bro." But yeah, it was just really something that should not be hilarious. I just wanted this prank on me one time where they made me think that they cut my dick off.
Okay, that's not a good prank. I already don't like it.
Yeah.
You did say the word X. Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the subject of X's, I know that Malcolm, that was his name, right? Malcolm? On the subject of X's, I've had, if you find the right person, and I'm going to give you a tip that I wish I'd had previously when I was younger. If you like a person's friends, they're probably going to be a good person. If you don't like their friends, they're going to be a problem. And I only came up with this tip, after I'd gone through 3 evil exes. And the last 2 exes that I've had were good people. One of them, we were always going to break up. And he was just a different sort of person. But we were friendly. Then the other one, I just delivered Christmas presents to him this morning. So...
I think Malcolm X, he definitely was a person who resonated with me. He's essentially kind of, the philosophy of God, where it's specifically on how to stand up to people who have, always had all the power.
He's good.
Yeah.
He said the things I wish I could have said.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say on him, I'd also say it's interesting. There's I don't know if you've ever how to one your Che Guevara, but I recommend watching his UN speech that he gave.
Che Guevara?
Yeah.
Huh.
It was one of probably one of the best speeches I felt in critical people who had been critical of U.S.
is interesting. I mean, I'm not a particularly political person, and despite how much my roommate tries to get me interested, and I feel that this is a weakness in myself, along with the fact that I.
With politics, I just like to know about it so that way I can make fun of everybody, particularly because I like to take the equal opportunity to make everybody pissed off, pretty much.
That's not necessarily a good way of going about things. I feel that knowing.
What I mean is like, to me, maybe not to piss everybody off, but to specifically show that I'm not on anybody's side, really.
My roommate, she's fucking brilliant. My roommate likes to say I'm more informed and more able to debate anyone. I'm more informed and can out-debate anyone. So don't try me. So that's the way she puts about it. She's not out to piss anyone off. She's like, I am going to firmly defend the truth. That's what's going on. And she's yeah, don't mess with her. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, like, really, it's just, I mean, if there's any side I'm on the side that specifically is sick of everything, really. It's why it's important. Because I mean, I think really, it's why I'm fond of, like, The Daily Show, ultimately.
Yeah, she goes into things deeper.
I mean, it's good to watch, CBS or, like, any of your main, liberal media outlets. I mean, I do see benefits to watching Fox News, not because, I mean, I disagree with Fox News probably more than I disagree with anything, but, like, to me, I do see benefits to it because of the fact that, it lets, what the pressure from outlets that are trying to hold the president's hand, what they're doing. Specifically, it's kind of, I felt the same way about CNN and about MSNBC at the time when Joe Biden was president.
I have a recommendation for you, and it's interesting because it is. This is not influenced by. Well, I don't know. You may take your own, opinion, and I will not try and form one for you because that's cool. Try and subscribe to Heather Cox's newsletter, and it's interesting because she is a historian.
I do like to watch historians, particularly there's a guy who goes by the name of the cynical historian who I watch.
Yeah.
He's he does a lot of videos. A lot of his videos are biased towards debunking pseudo-history, pretty much, that's made up by a lot of think tanks, particularly.
Yeah, so here's her name. It's Heather Cox Richardson.
Yeah, a lot of historians have a reputation of, going after conservatives, though, particularly, though. Particularly Prager U.
Well, I mean, here's they may have that reputation, but also, is that true? Or
rightfully, like PragerU, I know rightfully deserves to get, to get attacked by historians. Like, especially when they made that god awful video defending Robert E. Lee, Candace Owens gave history of slavery, and basically it was one where she tried to pretty much, of course, suggest that, it doesn't matter that, it doesn't matter that we own slaves and things like that. Slavery doesn't matter to our history because, white people were the people who freed the slaves in the deluded mind of Candace Owens.
Oh, I love this one. This one's even worse, and I just. After I tell you this, I have to go No, should I tell you this and have to go? You know what? I don't want to leave you in a bad place because it's bad.
It's fine. That's
Um,
handle it. You
no.
can't smile, so I can handle anything.
Okay. Oh, my mind just like totally freaking blanked. What was it? Okay, I remember. It is that slavery in the United States was okay because every culture everywhere made slaves of people, even the blacks. Blacks made African Americans had slaves in Africa, so therefore it's okay if we make them slaves here. And American Indians had slaves, from other tribes, so like all these other places. There was slavery that existed, so therefore it's okay to have slaves here in the United States.
Yeah, so,
But logic seems to fail in a number of ways.
yeah, it's like, our ancestors, this is kind of what I've said. It's like, it's so, the idea is when how conservatives kind of give themselves the name regressive, and this is kind of the thing that kind of puts, the nail in the coffin, really, because, Matt Walsh, I mean, at the time when people were saying that, let's not sacrifice children and say, no, my God eats the flesh of babies, but yeah, just in general, Candace Owens, I mean, just in general, I mean, it's just, I remember there's one video where she tried to, of course, make the Democrats, I think the video was called, something about, the modern plantation. She tried to argue that the Democrats, back then, are the same Democrats that they are today, specifically, and
Yeah.
I would agree with her that the Democrats have been a failure to African Americans, but I definitely disagree with her the idea that they should flee to the Republican Party in any way, because they trust the Republicans have their best interests. But it was so hilarious though, because she at one point referred to black voters who vote for Democratic politicians as vote slaves.
Awesome.
I mean, vote slaves. People who are slaves.
Okay. I have to get going, unfortunately.
Oh, and just one thing. There's also in the video, she was saying that particularly that, of course, using the Clarence Thomas quote, lynching, being subject to a public lynching for going against the traditional narrative, and she was brought an example of Thomas Sowell, who was called stupid by the media.
Okay.
I just think that's so, out of all the things. But then again, it's interesting because she's also the same person who defended the guys who killed the black jogger Ahmaud Arbery. So when the closest thing to a public lynching does occur, she'll defend the killers.
Okay. We were having a positive moment, and now we're talking politics, which always ends in tears.
Yeah.
It always ends in tears.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I understand. It's sad that we were that somehow there's a thing called Goblins Law, where it's the longer internet discussion goes on, that the more likely reference to the Nazis comes up, and that's kind of that tragedy is that, politics are inevitable.
I was listening to something along that line just the other day, and I'm like, oh God, I'm so guilty. I'm just coming back close. And this is where my roommate jumps in. It's like, we must chat, so you never ever do that. I can tell you were thinking it. We're never going to do that. We're going to talk. So I'm going to have her teach me, to be so don't make erroneous.
And there's also a group I'm part of that is a support group on Clubhouse. They're called Link by Kindness. But I'll send you the link if you want to join them.
I think everybody needs that. I mean, I sure as hell need, have been having bad days lately. And I mean, I'm in a good mood right now, but yesterday I was curled in like a little ball and I didn't get out of my bed all day. So, there it is.
I really need to, find a place to put my iPad somewhere else other than near my bed because I spend way too much time on my iPad. So, are you making popcorn?
No, I'm hungry and I'm making toast and I'm sorry and I forgot to make myself popcorn. That's a great idea, but no, I'm not going to do that either. Okay, we're making all the creepy noises right now. Just, all right, that should be fine. Yeah, send me the link and yeah, and I will really appreciate that. And you did the right thing by setting up a room and coming here and letting people, listen to you and, give you bad advice and whatnot,
I get pretty good support.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I would say, I got better support than I usually get.
And Necro down there, she had, I'm assuming that she had, a comment that might be.
I invite her up, and if you want to come up.
Okay, I gotta go, but thank you. It's been good speaking to you.
Application if you want to come up. Yeah, what's up?
Hi, hello, how are you?
Sorry, what?
I'm just asking how you're feeling right now, observing.
I'm feeling better than it was. I still am pretty pissed off that I can't get a job, but,
Have you been looking for a long time for a job?
for about a few months.
Okay. You could have try for some, alternative, looking for some alternative sources of income, like maybe you could teach animation and drawing to someone.
I've been trying to apply for sites that do tutoring. So,
Well, you sound tired. Do you need to rest?
no, I just occasionally feel like I'm gonna sometimes try to collect my thoughts while I'm driving.
So, do you live alone?
Nope, sadly.
Why is that sad? It's nice if you live with somebody.
I'd like it to be somebody who I want to be with me. Living with just anyone.
Are you with family?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you just take a break, like maybe go for a weekend somewhere, someplace nice.
Only I could afford it.
Oh.
Because I don't have money.
You know what I found is like the biggest help.
What?
So what you really need to. Everybody needs to have some source of income. It doesn't have to be your ideal job. It doesn't have to be exactly what you're looking for, just to tide you over. It makes you completely independent. So maybe you could look for something that you can do which doesn't have anything to do with drawing or animation. Maybe it's just something you can pick up easily, just to tide you over.
I mean, I haven't tried to find a job that's just basic part-time job. That's what I've been trying to find.
And what do you enjoy
enjoy doing the most during a typical day?
Hey, what? Dick?
Like a very typical normal day, what do you enjoy doing the most?
Trying. Best like to read. Best like to go walking.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Are you sure you want to drive right now? I mean, it takes a lot of concentration. Maybe you need to like pull over and go to a nice park and like walk around and.
No, we're at the start.
Sorry?
No, we're at the start.
What time is it where you are?
10:30.
At night?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you should. Do you think you should just go home and sleep?
No.
Okay. Well, it's nice and bright. It's like early, not that early in the morning. It's 9 o'clock where I am. The sun is out. Birds are chirping. Sky is blue.
I got you. So,
It seems you're really tired, Necro. Maybe you should just
no,
like.
I'm just, driving right now.
Okay.
So, I guess you're in India.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Have you been here?
No.
So how far from home are you right now?
Pulling up, literally.
Sorry?
I'm pulling up down the street.
Okay. Ask me something about India. Something which piques your curiosity.
Something that piques my curiosity. Is that your question?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just asking you to ask me something about India.
Yeah. What part of India do you live?
So I live in Delhi, which is the capital.
New Delhi?
Yes.
Okay. Can't remember what part that's from.
Sorry?
I can't remember which.
That's in North India.
Yeah. That's what I assumed. I didn't know if it's like close to where the Taj Mahal is.
I was just going to mention that. I was just going to mention the Taj Mahal because that is, one location that is famous the world over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the area that's here in Pakistan. That's where really most of the population is Muslim, right?
Yes. Yes. And the Taj Mahal is like about a 3-hour drive from Delhi.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know Queen Daniel Show? I think they're down there in the room.
Second, yeah, like it can't be right now, but he said hard enough, bro.
Do you know him?
Nope. Or I don't remember it. I see we're both friends, so.
So are you still in school for animation and drawing? Are you still in school? When do you finish?
I anticipate graduating by May 2026.
Yeah, would it be much more, would it be easy to find a job then? After your graduation?
Yeah. The only problem is to make enough money to be able to finish up school. I have no money.
What are you doing?
My son.
Oh, great. That's great. You reached home.
What?
You've reached home.
Yes.
Oh, do you want to hit the sack now? It's like 10:30. What time do you usually sleep?
And I just see that really just, people always tell me that I'm not depressed, that I'm depressed because I don't have religion. Well, that many people. Which
Oh, I don't think that's true.
yeah. Well, it's just something that I get really sick of hearing from people. That's all.
Maybe you shouldn't give people that much importance, People just have their own agendas.
That's just one of the only supports I got was family told me that because I don't have religion, that I have depression.
Who told you that?
People in my family.
Oh, are you the only atheist in your family?
As far as I know.
Okay. So what made you atheist? If you didn't grow up in an atheist family, then what made you atheist?
Just not being able to see evidence that there was any deity that cared about my life.
Yeah, absolutely. right. There is no deity, but then there are people who may or may not believe in a deity or a supernatural being. They care about each other or their families or their friends.
Yeah.
So do you have any, like, I'm sure there are people in your family or your friends who care about you.
I have some people in my family who care.
Yeah, so just focus on them. Just interact more with them rather than those who try to force religion down your throat.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to have one guy who is a nephew of Rivas.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat that?
Do you know of Rivas?
I think, there is an account to the name of Roivus on Clubhouse. He comes, seen him in a couple of rooms on atheism.
Yeah. If I could, it's hilarious. His description, his bio says, Roivus is Razor. If you believe in one form of religious nonsense, you're in no position to criticize another person's religious nonsense.
Do you know him personally?
Yes.
Okay. He's a friend of yours.
Yes.
And he likes badgering people, no?
What?
He likes badgering people. He likes, being a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
So why do you think of him right now?
I just was looking at recommended people and mutual friends of mine. I think he was one of the mutual friends that Mom had.
So are Roivus and you in the same city?
Or what?
Do you live in the same city, Roivus and you?
No. I wish I did live closer to him. Because where he lives is much nicer.
Where does he live?
In LA.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Don't you think you get a lot of job opportunities in LA? You have a skill?
Yeah, with my job.
Yeah, so all you need to do is just stick it out for about 6 more months, finish school, and then maybe move to LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have just 6 more months of school, right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a very long time. So LA is just 6 months away.
Oh, sorry, let me read. Okay.
I said LA is just 6 months away. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Elliot is. Oh, LA. I gotcha.
Yeah, LA. I've been there. I really loved it.
I gotcha. Ghost of me, what's that sound? Yeah.
So why don't you just focus on that, You plan to go to LA 6 months hence.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to.
Okay. do you hit the sack? It must be like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it's almost 11.
And what time do you hit the sack? What time do you go to sleep every night?
I'm not sure there's an exact time. Usually it's anywhere between midnight to 4 a.m.
Oh. Well, that's dumb.
Yeah. By the way, Elliot, it's interesting. Your recent PTR is making you look much older than the first PTR when we met each other. Like, you just have those straight emo bangs going down.
Why'd you bring them up?
But yeah, Elliot, like I imagine when I first saw your PTR that, you were much younger than you told me.
Dude, I'm fucking 40.
Yeah.
I'm 40 years old. I'm kind of old, but not like that old, you know?
Yeah, like when I first saw like the first picture that you had though, where you just had like the bangs though. Like you looked, much younger.
I don't know why that is. I mean, the other picture is older, but not that much older.
Yeah. Well, I'm referring to the one where you just had like the bangs specifically, as opposed to, the way you style it now.
The one was taken by my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, and she knows what she's doing. Like a professional photographer. This one was taken by my wife. I mean, she's not a professional photographer, but she just took this one with her camera phone.
Gotcha. Do you have any religious background or like?
Oh yeah. I live next door to a Kingdom Hall. Yeah, I wasn't like super into it, but my mom would take me over there. I could hear them singing through the windows, all the time. Well, that was kind of cool. But I just found it was just a bunch of bullshit. Ultimately, like, why if God's good and be like, he wants what's best for me, then what's the deal with all this bullshit? I saw all this bullshit in my life. That's sort of how it started. I realized, this is it's not true. Maybe make my own path.
I gotcha. Yeah. No, I think it's interesting though. It's like you grew up, I mean, when it's projected, like, because like if you're 40, that means I remember there was like around the time you were like in your early 20s, there was a time where there was published a study that showed that specifically that, of young men who graduate college, that only 4% will be Bible believing Christians by the time they graduate.
I think a lot of that has to do with like the utility that God gives people. I think the main utility that believing in God gives you is like explanations, like especially causal explanations for like why and how things happen. And going to school, like you learn all the different causes for things, cause and effect of like in physics and biology, you name it. So you get these alternative causal explanations that but no longer does.
Yeah. Yeah, I just really like in general, like with religion, the thing that I like in general though, I think one of the things that I found cringy like today is that like specifically that you know many atheist organizations have deviated away from issues that I think exclusively have to deal with like religion and government and have moved towards endorsing other, political issues as their official positions. Because to me, it's like I don't think it's right for atheism to take any official position on like issues outside of united for separation of church and state, really. Because I think you can have atheists who are conservative and atheists who are, more liberal. Because in a world without religion, you would still have liberals and conservatives.
I think people should be humanists. I think everybody should be a humanist, whether that's like secular or not. I guess a separate question, but we should all be humanists. Try to promote like human well-being, flourishing. It's just good whether you're a theist or not, or you're atheist.
Yeah, I think that's interesting though. It's like they're plenty of atheists. Granted, a lot of them are usually libertarian-minded, who would, be opposed to, to humanism. Or more specifically, they'd be against egalitarianism.
I don't know why anyone would be against that stuff. Like, egalitarian is like, what's not to love about egalitarianism?
Well, I think their point of view is that they think that, if everything's equal, and specifically if everyone's equal, then, it would be something that would be would be like, or because it would be something where nobody succeeds, specifically.
I don't see any link between atheism and not supporting egalitarianism. In fact, I would think it would be the other way around. Atheists would be more likely to support egalitarianism.
Well, that's something you would think, but it's like, you do have atheists who are, granted, more of them are more libertarian-minded, specifically. But they definitely exist. It's like, as much as people like to say that atheism means that you must be, liberal or communist or something like that. I met plenty of atheists who are, complete Randians who want the government out of the economy, like separation of, economy and state.
Yeah, that's Randian, right? That's Ayn Rand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Although I think ideally it's like people who want, libertarians. I think Rand doesn't represent libertarians very well. I think, if anything, it would be guys like Murray Rothbard.
I don't know much about Murray Rothbard. No.
He was just very famous because he specifically that he essentially saw the state was a complete vice to property rights, specifically that he coined the saying taxation is theft.
That's again from Rand. Wasn't the Libertarian Party set up on Ayn Rand's principles?
No.
Objectivism? It wasn't?
No. She is associated with the Libertarian movement, but no, it actually was Murray Rothbard who created the Libertarian Party.
But he was a follower of Rand.
They both knew each other personally, but they both absolutely were very opposed in philosophy. But yeah. By the way, Elliot, to ask you the question, I don't know if you ever gone to like Boston Valley.
Oh, you mean the ring has? I think I've been there a couple times just to listen to see what they talk about, but I didn't really find it all that interesting. I mean, they didn't even really talk about like tag or anything like that.
I mean, I do get some conversations, particularly when I'm talking with Jimmy. I feel like it does, the conversation does get interesting. And when I'm talking with guys, there's another guy named Ida who I regularly talk to. But usually if Matt Guster or another guy named Nick T comes into the room, usually it goes to shit.
Okay. I just find like the whole reset thing is just utterly ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people do, but it's like, I mean, like, in general, I think, like, guys like, I think it's probably the best Christian apologist who I can I can converse with, a lot would be, like, all day with would be any brute facts.
He's pretty chill. Yeah, he's pretty chill. I don't know if he's a tag guy. I don't think he's a tag guy.
No, I think he's a classical apologist, maybe. But I can't remember completely. Though he talks about more than just like philosophy of religion. He also talks about like, philosophy, like epistemology. Like we've talked about things like Gettier cases. Like, I think it's interesting. What logical system I've been trying to understand better would be modal logic.
I'm not like super familiar with it, but there's I understand that there are multiple different types of logics, and I like the difference between S4 and S5 logic, for instance, is just like a single axiom,
Yeah, it's like things that must necessarily be true versus things that can possibly be true, but not to be true, or things like that. It's kind of like the modal ontological argument specifically, because like that's one I've been trying to understand like much better, particularly because almost everybody sees the ontological argument, at least in its original form, to be really bad, including like pretty much every theist, or at least ones who are philosophically minded, reject versions that were put forward by like Anselm. But the argument that I can't really, it's not really, what was it? I think probably the cosmological arguments are the ones that, are just ones that I think really always contain like, a logical fallacy of some sort. That's, like the main problem with things like, for example, like, the first premise of, the Coulomb cosmological argument, whatever begins to exist out of cause, is, it's an equivocation. It relies on equivocation. It uses the idea that, whatever begins to exist, something that, caused something to exist from, pre-existing materia, and applying that to something that brought things into existence out of nothing. When things don't come into existence out of nothing.
There's a lot of weird problems with that argument. Like, I think like first, like this is the it's just kind of weirdly conceptual. I'm not even sure it really works conceptually. Like, what does it mean to be maximally great? You know, greatness is a quality, right? It's not a property. And so, I mean, and it seems to me like qualities are these sort of inherently subjective and sort of like experiential things like sweetness and bitterness. You know, what does it mean for something to be maximally sweet? You know, it's just, I don't even know. It doesn't even seem to make sense to me. I don't even know if it works conceptually.
Yeah, just in general, it's like, most people think the idea of like things that like, beg the question. They say, it's kind of the problem that they always say, like, for example, that, something that's, maximally great, they'll say like a taco or something like that. It's, a taco is defined as something you can eat and therefore, is maximally great. But I don't know, it's just, to me, I think one of the things is like, if I apply it, maximally great being is, I'd say, one that, can, I mean, wouldn't it be something that, you can understand, or can you not understand it? Because, I mean, it would be maximally great. I mean, if I could understand this person very well, but people might say it's, if you can understand them, then, it would be beyond you to say. But
how would you like? How would we go about quantifying like greatness? Like, what, like in an objective sort of an objective kind of fact-finding kind of way. I don't even think we can measure something like greatness. Like, what is it? Like, say, I don't know, freaking. I don't know, like people have these conversations all the time with like favorite music album or favorite band or favorite movie, and everybody has all these different criterion or by which they pick. This band is the greatest because it sold the most albums in this 10-year stretch. It kind of doesn't really. There's no sort of objective measure for like greatness or just qualities. Period. Basically. I think the whole argument just fails because of that. I think they try to say like, well, look, there's all these different qualities that a being could have, like a max, and they say that, well, in order to be maximally great, you have all these properties or something, like, or attributes, like all powerful, all this kind of stuff. But it's still like ultimately like greatness is just a quality. It's just.
I once made a ontological argument for the non-existence of the Christian God, which is that which being is greater, being that exists and is not able to save the majority of humanity, or a being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity? I'd say that the being that does not exist is able to save the majority of humanity, and therefore God does not exist.
Why I say that? Why I say it again? But this time slower.
I said, which being is greater, a being that exists and is unable to save the majority of humanity, or a being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity? I'd say the being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity, and therefore God does not exist.
There's a reverse. That's like a reverse ontological argument. I think there's a few of them too. I can't think of any of the other ones. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I remember on the experience, there was a guy who said that he was told that he was a Christian. He said, like, he was asked, does he believe in leprechauns? He said no. He says, why not? He says, because I'm not Irish. And then he was pointed out, he said, wait, the Christian God is Jewish, so why aren't you Jewish? By that logic.
That's funny. They act like, what's that one guy? I can't remember his name. Damn, not the bald guy, the other guy. He's had like this, I don't know, like when he he smiles, like the corners of his lips just go like way up the side of his face. With all these jokers. What's that guy? What's that other guy name? He's funny, man.
Does he have like does he wear glasses?
No, not that guy. I know the glasses guy you're talking about too. But it's not that guy. He's not as funny. I mean, he can be funny, but the other guy's like definitely funnier.
Is it Jeff?
I think so. Yeah, Jeff. Sounds right.
He has like kind of squinty eyes.
Yeah, he's got like a dead. What do you call it? I don't know. Like his delivery is just great on some things.
Yeah, I mean the A6 experience is interesting. It's like the quality was going down low. Like it's older. It wasn't like it's older. It's, when his wife called in the show, it was like a prank call to talk about how the bananas were perfectly designed for us.
Perfectly designed to go right up your ass.
It's like she's like fits in your hand, fits in your mouth, and then Matt said fits in your butt. He's like, I think you point out that you think that was the intended purpose. You think that God designed, that created bananas. He's like, you realize bananas that you get were cultivated. God didn't make bananas that you get. We did. And he's like, hey, so you can make a banana appear in your hand. This one. He's like, no, but I can make something that looks like a banana appear in my hand. Great. He's like, you're just atheist because you want to sin. He's like, that's
what's the lady with the curly black hair? Tracy. Okay. I think she had like the best. I don't know. What was it? What did she say one time? I'll never forget this one. She said like. Shit. Let me try to remember.
I like the one.
She said. She's talking with somebody and she's like asking a question on the phone. She said like, it was the one about like if it was like the difference between me and your God. It's like your God will stand there and watch the petrol or whatever, and he won't stop it, but I would.
Yeah, that's the difference between your God and then you have the guy who says that like you're portraying that girl as innocent. And then Matt Dillon's like, bye. But yeah, I liked when Matt Dillon too when he did the debate about what's his name? When one where he had the bananas really where he told Russell, he said that's gonna be a call. He's like, go and sin some more. He's like, but yeah, Ray Comfort, like, I've actually met Ray Comfort.
Oh shit, is he like? Well, I mean, he's Australian, right? So he seems like probably pretty chill. But is he still like this? He still say the same weird shit, or it's just like I don't know, persona that he does for the internet or something?
I don't know. I mean, to me, I like to have like a higher view of humanity, but I also don't like to just assume that people are being dishonest with me. But it's just amusing, really. It's like when I brought him like a chart full of all the different modified fruits that we have, and like to ask him, do you have any specifically that's unique, that God uniquely created?
There's so many problems with like that way of thinking that he has. Like one of my favorite ones is like, were the Neanderthals made in God's image? Are they in heaven or hell, or do they have souls?
I like when he was debating Ron, and he said, no, aren't I? And he's like, I don't believe that. He's like, you're an ape, so I believe you're made in the image of God. And then Aaron Ross said, why is God an ape? Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like the debate that he had with Matt Dillon, that was the one where that he had with what's his name? It was a few years ago. But I remember commenting saying, just replace any time that Ray Comfort says the Gospels with Alice in Wonderland, and any person will understand the atheist.
I thought it was really, it seemed very simplistic, but saying like, was it Lawrence Krauss said it? He was on a debate stage with William Craig, and he's like, Lawrence Krauss is doing his like professor thing where he gets up on the stage and he walks around and he like dictates, he's doing that, and he's like, even the Christians are, you believe like all these other gods don't exist, like this, like there's no freaking Zeus, there's no Thor, there's no god of the wind, the sun, the moon, stars, the sky, the sun, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wasn't too fond of Lawrence Krauss's debating. I mean, I understand he was like, the frustration of dealing with people like Craig, but it's like, I think his presentation really, it's like, I just think when you go off as showing like, emotion and things like that, that usually doesn't fare well with, your audience specifically.
He goes straight for the jugular, right? He does not give up.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that, like, to me, I think the guys who made Craig, who did the best, who performed, I think, the best, even, like, that they convinced this whole audience, specifically, even Craig's audience, were Sean Carroll and Shelley Kagan.
I remember a talk between Sam Harris and Brian Green. Was Brian Green?
Yeah.
Somebody like Brian Green.
Sam Harris, not stand to listen to anymore.
The part that's relevant here is like they were sort of.
You can't interrupt. Christian, I think, wants to say something.
Oh no, I was just giving a reaction. What's up, big brother?
Yo, what up, man?
Definitely.
They were sort of discussing like, they were like, yeah, we're both atheists, but Sam Harris is trying to defend his more like, more aggressive position on the atheism thing, and the other guy's like, well, and then they started talking about like the carrot, which meth is better, the carrot or the stick. I don't know. I guess there's something to be said for both of them. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I would just say that like the debates about I just think William like Craig, the reason he wins usually the performance usually is because of the fact that to like the substance of those arguments mainly. And so, which is why, on performance, he does, win most debates.
Yeah, I like the technical aspect of it. Like you're just scoring like on a strict like academic debate style. He does win. Yeah, but I think he loses on like all the other. I mean, he's very good at like repeating and stating clearly and concisely what his position is, so that people can. Well, I mean, some of the things he says are complex, but he tries to explain it as best as he can. He's very good at doing that. But I can't ever be able to beat. He could never be like Sam Harris or Christopher Hitchens in like a regular, just street debate or something like that. He just loses them every single time.
On rhetoric, yeah. I mean, like he loses every time on rhetoric against, no question. But like it just in terms of like substance, really, I just say that like Sam Harris's debate that he had on like morality with William like Craig, it was really disappointing because I wish Sam would have addressed more of the claims that that Craig made, specifically having to deal with the nature of, objective morality, and he took it as kind of an opportunity to bring like the specifically going off about the problem people specifically, which I mean is definitely relevant to morality Christianity, but it's like I don't know. I mean, William like Craig, I mean, I just feel like it's one of the things that he kind of like sets up. I think would be like kind of like a modern Bailey where he'll say that morality depends on God, and then like he'll supposed to say all I'm saying is that morality must be dependent on facts. It can't be relative specifically.
Yeah, I would go for like Alex Outcast or the Australian guy. Graham Oppie. I would go for either of them on like the technical stuff. So if we're good at the technical stuff. For Sam Harris, so that there was one debate they had at Notre Dame that there's like a 10-minute clip of it from, it's like one of Sam Harris's sections. That might be like one of the best sort of, I don't know, takedowns of like Christianity. And while you're absolutely right, I think the technical stuff does need to get addressed. Also, like the things that Sam Harris said in like that short 10-minute section is like, that stuff is incredibly powerful. But he wasn't addressing like the technical aspects. So
So Christian asked me a question, whether Unitarianism is best to follow Christianity in terms of its values. So as far as Christianity goes, I don't speak for Christianity itself. I mean, I am aware that the Trinity is something that, a lot of Christians, follow, but, as much as, it's something that, Christians will say is the only way to understand God. I understand that. Now, of course, whether or not something that Jesus taught, I mean, I don't see any evidence that Jesus believed that, in the Trinity or anything like that. No, but I'm definitely aware, the reason people say of like, that the Bible doesn't explicitly mention the Trinity, but it's the only way to understand God in any context. But, I ultimately, even though, I understand that, like, not convinced that Jesus believed in the Trinity, or in the earliest Christians specifically. But, I obviously, like I said, I'm not a theologian though, and so I don't discount the verses that will be said that support that, say that, supports the Trinity. But there's also, I mean, to me, I believe it's something that it's definitely up for debate among theologians about what they mean. All I can say is that I'm not convinced that Jesus believed, believe that God was, three persons. I believe that, as he stated, he stated the Shema, where, he proclaimed, God is one, that Jesus will preach monotheism. So
I think the word God is just a title, like emperor or queen, and I think it means like supreme or ultimate, like supreme or ultimate is kind of what it means. But it's a title, it's not like a proper name like John or Jack or Jill or whatever. It's not a proper name, it's not anybody's name. What else was I going to say? Let me think for a minute.
I mean, I think it's interesting. There's a book that Barker made called How Jesus Jesus became God, where he, goes into the history of like how is it that Christians rationalized and developed the doctrine of the Trinity, how it formed, after a few hundred years, but specifically, because there's like problems with the ideas that if Jesus was, because he had like things like docetism where Jesus never died, and simply he spiritually died, his but he never really wasn't. The only problem with that is that he's a man and he can't die for anybody. So
I don't think the Bible ever that I don't think the Bible says that Jesus that there's a Trinity. I think
there's never an explicit confirmation or articulation of the doctrine of the Trinity. Except you have the one verse that was added, the Yohani Kama, which does articulate the doctrine of the Trinity. But that was added in the Old Testament, in the original manuscripts.
I think that people have to infer from the book that there's a Trinity. It's not clearly stated in there. It's not clearly stated in there. Yeah, it's like people infer it, and then there's also a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses, for example. There's a lot of different denominations of Christianity that try to sort of go back to the roots of like early Christianity or first century Christianity. What they thought that the first century Christians thought and believed. And what was I going to say? Jehovah's Witnesses are among one of those groups, so that's why they are monotheistic, but they're the Trinity. Jesus is like the first created thing. He is the agent of creation. Like God doesn't. The only direct thing that God creates is Jesus. That's it. And then Jesus creates everything else. Yeah, that's just a lot of the ways people think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the, I'm aware of definitely a lot of the common arguments that are given, like they'll give, John. I think John is the only gospel where Jesus, it's, he does, where he says,
none of the parts. It's only in John. Like none of the other three, the synoptics don't have.
But even
the same as God.
Even in John's gospel, it's like he makes a lot of things that to me kind of make it problematic. God is described as being all powerful, and Jesus says he could do nothing of himself. In John chapter 8, and then so but to me it's like I'm not saying that in the Bible that you don't have any ways you can try to make the implications that the Trinity is there, but it's like in general it's like I don't know. To me, I think really the thing that doesn't make sense to me is that in the book of Isaiah you have it's like where he makes an explicit statement, I alone am the Lord and there is no other. To me, it's like, did Isaiah believe in the Trinity? If so, why is he writing them?
You think that would be like a really important thing to cover in all of the Gospels, like the birth, death, resurrection of Jesus is in all of the Gospels. That's very important, and why those things happened. But only one of them has Jesus saying that he's God, even in like a roundabout kind of way. Only in the Gospel of John.
Yeah, just in general, it's like, but I understand, it's just such a controversial topic. It's like, it's interesting. If you tell, any pastor, you tell them, I believe that, Jesus was, I believe Jesus was God, or sorry, that I don't believe in God, and, you won't be pastor will, invite you to his, house, asking you, trying to, with, for dinner, and then explain to you why you should, believe in God. It's just like, to me, like the idea that Unitarian, like the idea that this was, like to me though, it's like pretty clear. It's like Jesus claimed, like in Mark, like, and in Matthew and in Luke, told them to worship, worship God, to, like I said, he recited the Shema, saying, that there's only one that is good. So it's just, to me, like he says, like, he asked, pray that this, cup shall pass, not that my will, but your will be done.
Nectar, I'm a Unitarian, right?
Sorry, what?
I'm a Unitarian.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a Unitarian. That's why I posed the question. I don't know if you responded because I was AFK, but...
well, I mean, yeah, I was responding to your question, but yeah, to me, to me, it's like, I understand, theologians will debate the issue, but yeah, I'm just not convinced that Jesus believed, in the Trinity or anything like that. So, I definitely don't believe that it's inconsistent for a person to believe that, believing that, Jesus worshiped one God above everybody. That he told people that, there's, one God above everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think Unitarianism is like the most, I guess, logical way to follow Christianity. I mean, a lot of Trinitarian, we just have to look at the history of the Trinity to be able to understand that, right? I mean, the church councils and the development of the Trinitarian doctrine came well before Jesus. And that's one thing that people do not understand is that these, like, Christian, like, interpretations are before Jesus came. And there was no communication of God's command within that. It started with Tertullian in like 160, and he said he was coined with the term Trinity first, and then he outlined the doctrine, and then and he was well affiliated within the church, so he proposed it to church fathers, and then that went up into the councils and
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just interesting. It's like the church fathers, like I think what's his name? Not Tertullian.
Augustine and Hippo?
No, he was in 3rd century. The guy I was thinking of, I think his name was, but he was like to me, like the sharpest knife in the drawer. Origin, I think his name was. He was the sharpest knife in the drawer. But he didn't believe in the Trinity as was doctored at Nicaea. I mean, he believed in subordinationism. Like, he believed that Jesus was, he, like, when the Trinity was first coined, it was just identified Oregon or something like that.
Because, there's, like, other people that kind of line with that, too. Like, it's kind of like, this is in terms of the Trinity, of course, but it was like Paulus Samosata and Sibelius and, things like that.
I just think that the Trinity is anywhere, in the Bible. And
it's not mentioned once.
Yeah, and like I said, it's so not there. It's why they had to add, what is known as the Johannine Canon. That was in 1 John chapter 5 verse 7. But all in modern translation of the Bible, they would put footnotes saying that this isn't in the original text of any of the New Testament, like any of the earliest manuscripts that we find. So just kind of the same way, like when it says, like, for example, that, that it says that Jesus was filled with compassion in, like, in Mark 1:44, I believe it is, where it's like, I guess Christian left, but. Anyways, yeah, I was surprised. I don't know if you know Christian Elliott.
No, I never. Well, I mean, I can't remember running into him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say is I think Christianity is very clearly a myth, and not myth in like the normal sense of the word. I mean, like an academic kind of sense of myth.
But anyways, Ollie, I want to ask you, do you know this guy Webby?
Webby? Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, I wonder if I should bring him up just to humor him.
He often uses a troll, but he can have like pretty cool insights found then.
Well, I just want to know, like, specifically what, like, I mean, to me, wonder if anything he says ought to be good.
He'll probably troll you.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I wonder if I'll find any enjoyment. I guess I'll give you a fresh 5. Okay. So, what do you got for us?
Yeah, hello, sorry, I'm not here to troll, just to be clear. I'm here for a good faith, linear conversation.
Okay, so what does he want to talk about? Well, I mean, so by definition, like, it's a contingent truth. So, it wouldn't, if God, so, like, what you're describing is, I think, synthetic propositions, ultimately.
I don't think so. I think that would be like derived a priori. But it's just like if non-existence cannot exist, then God not existing can't exist.
So a statement, which is God, not existing, ultimately.
Yeah, like that would be the proposition. So we're just saying the proposition that God does not exist being true, that proposition can't exist. Like there can't be a world where that proposition is true. That means it is the case that God exists.
It's a contingent truth, since it's a synthetic statement.
Yeah, it's fine, but that's irrelevant because the point is that it can't be true. That's what I'm pointing out.
By possibility, you mean metaphysical possibility or logical possibility or what?
Yeah, I just think that like all possibility domains are going to be logical possibility. I don't think there's like a distinction between like metaphysical modality, like nomological modality, and other types of like conceivability.
Well, that's a pretty crazy idea.
I mean, I just think that there's like non-inferential.
Well, it's certainly logically possible that that proposition is true. What's the contradiction?
Oh yeah, the contradiction is just going to be like, if the proposition is true, then the negation of the proposition is not true. The proposition is true, therefore the negation of the proposition is not true.
Okay, sure. What are the two things that are incompatible with each other?
These propositions would just be the proposition that God exists and the negation of that proposition, which is that God does not exist.
How does that work?
What do you mean?
So double negative.
This just seems like a play of words to me.
These are two propositions that form a contradiction. God exists and God does not exist. those two propositions in conjunction evaluate to false in all possible worlds.
Yeah,
He's
so,
asking how that conjunction is derived from the proposition being true, that the proposition God does not exist is not true in any possible world. So he's asking how that proposition derives that conjunction of propositions that evaluate to false in all possible worlds, which is the contradiction. I gave him the derivation, but I don't know if he was tracking.
I don't think you said anything.
Do you think there's an assumption there that, sorry,
I think essentially what you're doing is confusing description with, what is, what maps onto what is the case, because, all descriptions are things made up.
Yeah, I'm invoking like 2D modal semantics. Do you know the distinction between like the primary and secondary intention of modal operators in modal logic?
So modal logic is still something I've been trying to understand myself, to be honest. But
yeah, so I'm talking about certain truths that are derived from pure reason, like a priori truths, and I'm pointing out how there has to be certain like intrinsic teleological properties to these sort of facts about rationality, which allows for them to be like stance independent, just in virtue of them stipulating an accessibility relation in all possible worlds, where like the analytic predicates that constitute the propositions that refer to those moral properties are going to have the same referent concept in other accessible possible worlds. So that's all I'm showing, and I gave the conceptual analysis as well, so I just don't know if there's like a tracking error on your part, or if something's distorting your rational faculties.
there's we go with the condescension. So
I told you he was a troll, dude.
These are just clear like abstract relations that I'm representing.
Yeah. Well, so you basically, anyways, in general, so as like I mentioned, modal logic is something I've been trying to understand better myself ultimately, and so really, you just can't expect everybody to be on your level with philosophy mainly. It's just not really. It's just not that simple, bro.
I'm sorry. I just want to be welcomed in this community. I apologize.
Why do you throw out why do you collapse all the modalities into one? That's weird. Why do you do that?
That has to do with my view of the mind, like philosophy of mind. I think that all base modal logics stipulate the accessibility relation and then some given set of axioms. But the axioms, number one, are going to be non-inferentially justified. So that means that the justification I have in the axioms doesn't depend on inference. It's like epistemically autonomous. And number two, those axioms are going to be constituted by the same referent in all possible worlds where those axioms are true. So it's a second order claim about the necessity of those axioms. It's not saying that they exist in all possible worlds, but it's saying in all possible worlds where they do exist, they're going to have the same referent concept.
It's like the limit of your background knowledge or something like that.
What?
Like what's true given what you know, whether that's epistemic or metaphysically or logical, right? That's kind of what you're saying.
No, it just collapses. Yeah, it collapses the distinctions between ideal and prima facie conceivability that Chalmers lays out within base modal logics, and also positive and negative conceivability as well. These are intrinsic to all modal domains.
Oh, well, Chalmers said it must be true.
Well, I already gave the abductive evidence in favor of it, so unless you have an epistemic defeater against my account justification, then prima facie my view is going to be justified and hold more theoretical virtue than you.
No, I just wanted to hear what the reasons were. I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, but my account is that the reason givingness for my justification was conferred non-inferentially. So in the absence of defeaters, it's just going to remain the case that they're prima facie justified. And if you haven't provided a defeater, then you're going to have to grant that you have no reason for affirming the negation of my view.
I think non-inferential justification is ridiculous. Like you, I don't know, just as something.
Can you give the inference that entails that like non-inferential justification entails that perceptual experiences can be justified?
Well, it's non-inferential. Why do I need to justify it?
The proposition that non-inferential justification cannot in principle be justification for sense content, is that proposition true?
And you said, I gave like a silly, weird way of thinking that non-inferential justification is ridiculous by giving a non-inferential justification. And then you turn around and ask me for an inferential justification, which is really silly.
No, I'm asking if you're non-inferentially justifying the proposition that your account of non-inferential justification counts in favor of adopting a given propositional attitude towards the content of a true proposition. I'm asking if you take that proposition to be true and justified, not the actual non-inferential justification itself. Sounds like you're tracking error.
Are you going to address what I said or no? Are you just
when I say you're like dodging, you can't engage in like a linear fashion. Do you have an argument that I should answer your question?
Yeah. I clearly stated my position and you just went off in some other direction.
Yeah, so just to be clear, you're failing to respond to my critique. Like, you can't respond to my critique in a substantive manner. Yeah, I just don't know if you're like incapable of engaging because you're a slow boy. But the problem is you're not capable of demonstrating that you understand these entailments, and you're failing to provide an epistemic defeater against my counter justification. So, I mean, you kind of look bad.
So
You just got knowledge gapped in the conversation.
Whoopi, I just want to ask you, what is your
I just knowledge gapped him and I skull fucked
No,
him.
Whoopi, just answer this question. So I just would like to know, what is your ultimate motivation? I'd like to know.
Yeah, I'm just here to discuss philosophy.
Okay, so because you seem, like you're out of your way to be a social gadfly, and I'd like to know is that do you just, did you get this from quarantine really? That,
He claims to be autistic, but I think he's trolling about that too.
I didn't even
I
have
don't
to.
really trust anything he says.
Yeah, it's interesting. He left on his own. I didn't even have to remove him. So, thankfully.
I don't know what the guy's angle is. I appreciate that he kind of trolls everyone, sort of. It's like equal opportunity troll. Doesn't really discriminate against any trolls.
Yeah, to me, I wish like you would just just take, I just wish that you could do like contrary and like what guys like when I saw like Ben Shapiro was interviewed by on BBC.
On BBC?
Yeah, he was interviewed by it was one where he called Andrew Neil a leftist. Like literally nobody ever would call him a leftist though. Who knew him?
And Shapiro's
Because the guy Andrew Neil, he's been known for he supported the Iraq War. He was a climate denialist. Like literally nobody ever pictures like this guy on the left is literally nobody ever else. But I was like, I made some opportunity jokes about the day where it's like, for a guy who hates leftists, he sure left. I also said, I've seen people lose to debates, but I've never seen anybody lose to an interview. But yeah, just in general, it was really laughable when Ben Shapiro says that, it's like, why don't you just say you're on the left?
Ben Shapiro, I think lately he's been pretty critical of Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I thought I'd never seen the day, but, I guess, even he has his own guardrails.
I think it's the tariffs. Yeah, it's me.
Well, actually, I think, to me, if you really think that, because, I mean, I know he's not a fan of the tariffs, but to me, I think really, if anything, he's not, I think he's, like, you think it's not like that he's sick of the, transgressive Nazis that, Trump has been enabling.
I don't know, just Trump's like the insane maniac.
Yeah.
You read the thing he put on his Truth Social?
Yeah, oh yeah.
It was Rob Reiner.
Yeah.
And he's a fucking lunatic. Like, what the hell is wrong with that guy?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this is, like, I can't see how anybody who thought that, like, who was saying that, expected people to shed tears, like how anybody can, suggest that the left was cruel for, what happened to him, like, in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he almost died. And then, like, to see that, how he treats everybody who is his opponent. Like, where, yeah, he said, like, literally, he blamed Rob Reiner, saying him having Trump derangement syndrome was what led to his death. Like,
well, he also specifically said something like the way it makes other people feel, or something like that, and how the Trump derangement syndrome made other people feel. He almost put it in like plain English, but he stopped short of it, saying that he died because he was deranged about the things that he said. People found it offensive.
Like, that's literally what leftists used to argue why Trump, like, deserves to die as well. That of all the shit that he says, that, like, he's literally making an argument for why, people have legitimate reasons to believe he should have been assassinated, like, by talking about how Rob Reiner, like, what he said that was insensitive to people.
I don't think people should die for what they say.
Yeah, me neither. But Trump, who, like, makes an apologetic about, like, how he said things that were insensitive to his fans. Like,
I just need to grow a thicker skin. The part that I find, like, the part that's most ironic is more hypocritical, I should say. It's like them demanding from us, or not me on the left, people like me, that we should, like, give some respect to, Charlie Kirk because he was murdered.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like they demanded that from us, and then or to be gracious about it, and then Trump turns around and says this shit about Rob Reiner.
Well, then he also said, of course, right after Kirk was shot, I mean, he blamed, like, potentially half the country for Charlie Kirk's death, really. So, I'm somehow responsible because I'm not a fan of Charlie Kirk, or view that I'm somehow responsible for his death. Just, like, and he's the same person who accuses the left of being divisive, specifically. I mean, like, he called Joe Biden, that the Democrats are the one who got him shot specifically. Joe Biden, to say that Joe Biden is the most divisive president is very laughable to hear from Trump.
They do what the flat earthers do. Like, the flat earthers take our normal rhetoric about the flat earthers and they use it almost word for word against us. And that's what the hardcore MAGA people do. Like, they'll say, like, the typical kinds of things that we might say about them, which we know are true. Like, Trump is a divisive person. It's just a fact of it.
No, it's just
they use that against us.
Yeah, I think it's I most about MAGA right now, it seems like, because like unlike the right wing in other countries, like in if they believe if they believe gay people deserve to be put to death, if their own politicians that they vote for, or they have if they are found to be gay, then they would have them be stoned like to everybody else that they want to be stoned. But if unlike America, where it's like if one person has been associated with pedophiles, they'll completely change their script about it.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the abortion thing. Like you ask someone like they're really hardcore conservatives, they'll say, "Yeah, I think abortion is wrong and we should ban it nationwide," right? But then you ask them the next question: do you support Trump? Do you support giving the decision, moving it from the federal level down to the state level, whether abortion is legal or not? And they always say yes to that question that comes next. It's just like, but you believe that it should be banned, and that it's immoral. So why are you allowing Trump to make it legal in some places?
That's one of the things I push back on, the left, is that because I don't believe abortion's a topic that is ever going to be moved to the federal government, to be honest. I think it's very unlikely. Personally.
I think the whole thing's kind of a stupid. It's like their position is just really dumb. You just ask yourself, does a 3-week-old fetus have a subjective experience? Is there what it's like to be a 3-week-old fetus, or whatever? And the answer is no. They don't even have they don't even fetuses don't even develop all the building blocks of subjective experience. It starts at 30 weeks. Starts at 30 weeks. Doesn't begin. It's just it's just a ridiculous position.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's interesting that I was in a I don't know how often you go to Andrew's rooms, but I was in a chat with Rashad. Rashad is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he regularly comes on and off, but yeah, of course. I think one of the things that's really, I think really is the kind of thing about him is that he'll often specifically make, points, and then when they get, rebutted, he tries to move on to try to continue to, paint outside of his own, because particularly, when I was making the point about how, Christians being more likely to, kill their kids if an authority told them to do so than if atheists did so. And he said that atheists are more likely to kill their kids. Specifically, he brought, of course, abortion specifically, and I said, point is and I just point out to the fact that I think really the problem really is a lot than just the fact that the data shows that aside from religious people actually getting more abortions than people who are not religious. I also showed specifically that to point it out that if religion is true, that there's unique division among any people who are justly as committed as to the issue. And so there is no solution that religions have, but it's something that simply was kept on being tried and painted as that there's a unanimous decision among theists, but it's it's even though Jesus said himself that, if two of you agree with one thing on earth, it'll be done by the Father in heaven. Well, no two Christians or believers agree on any issue. If you take any sort of issue, believers on both sides will be deeply committed to the issue. And so, but yeah, it was just interesting though. It was like I also pointed out with Rashad was the fact that the fact that how at least 1/3 of all fertilized eggs end up resulting in dying due to spontaneous abortion. So if theism is true, then God is the greatest abortionist. So
I just find it funny, like when they try to, if theists try to, a lot of theists, like either they do it incidentally, like unintentionally, or but then there's another group that will go out of their way to try to point that
and I think
that the atheists are like immoral, because they have no religion or something like this. A lot of religions think like that, but when you go and read their book, their God literally kills fucking babies. Like it's there in the genocide.
Well,
I don't want to hear any shit from them about that on that front.
Well, I don't even resort to that. I just tell them specifically is that they say that they have this morality, and I say to them, it's like that all I see is really just authority or consequentialism, which I don't see as morality. I think morality implies means doing for the sake of goodness, not because of wanting a reward or fearing punishment, or doing it because you have a guy who said I'm the boss and I'll punish you if you don't do what I say. That's just authoritarianism.
It's just dumb.
It's just.
I think I was gonna say, I think authority is not taken or assumed. It's authority is recognized. And that's the only way that someone or something can gain authority is by recognition of others. That's the only way that it works. It could possibly work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's kind of why, to me, it's also the question of how did you decide that God was good is a very question that, it always needs to be addressed by whenever the claim is made that, of theistic morality about how God is necessary for their goodness. It's like, to me, it's like, how did you decide that God was good?
If you take all this is like a really strong point against theism, I think, especially like monotheism, that like all this disagreement that people have, in particular like moral disagreements, if there were a God from which all morals flow from his nature or something like that, then we should expect to see more what's the word? Ubiquitous or we should see more homogeneity within the morals across cultures and time, history. But we don't. We see literally thousands of Christian denominations, thousands of different gods throughout history, all different manner of moral and ethical frameworks. And many of them, maybe even most of them, are mutually incompatible. They're mutually exclusive, meaning they can't both be true. Many of them are of that nature too. That's just more evidence that there aren't any morals, an objective sense of morals.
I think really what I find disturbing though is when I hear people Trent Horn, who's to me probably the sharpest knife in the drawer apologist I can think of, and when he gets to showing his real cognitive bias is when he defends things for example slavery in the Bible. In his debate with Cosmic Skeptic, it was when he responded saying that slavery in and of itself is not inherently bad. And I mean, to me, it's when I was watching his video also where he responded to a thing called Satan's Guide to the Bible, which was, of course, that lecture about where, basically teaching people, basically children, to be skeptical. of what they're being taught in Sunday school, pretty much. And Trent Horn responded, one of the things he said, was when they pointed things like, genocide in the Old Testament, was that Trent Horn said that they never showed that what the Canaanites did was wrong, where they're talking about, of course, things like child sacrifice. Because, of course, the, Israelites, the enemies will always describe their enemies more abhorrence, basically. But essentially, it's like what I'm thinking about is meanwhile, do you realize that you're justifying ethnic cleansing, Trent?
It's horrible. It's their conceptual framework is consistent, but it's just the whole thing is absurd. It's absurd and it's false. I think Andrew does this shit a lot too. I want to say another thing about the moral disagreement thing, a good example of something that is truth tracking. If morals came from one source, like a single being, say, that were right, and we should expect to see much more homogeneity, right, in ethical and moral systems across the planet and cultures. We should expect to see that, but we don't. But a good example of that would be as an analogy, here's a good reason why naturalism is probably true. It's because natural explanations, specifically from a scientific method, are useful. They work. They're successful across a vast array of different cultures and religions and countries and peoples and all this kind of shit. That's pretty powerful evidence that naturalism is truth tracking, and subjective moral stuff is the complete reverse of that.
Yeah. No, I just think it's amusing was that Trent Horn, he repeats the William Lane Craig style of reasoning, where it's he'll say that, God, since the author of life, has the right to take life as he sees fit. And he gave this analogy where it's if I gave you $20 every day and then I all of a sudden stop giving you money, I have not wronged you. You have no rights to the money. And I was to me, that's a completely inaccurate analogy, because God doesn't just withhold extending people's, lives. He actively deprives them of the life that they were given. And so I think the analogy is more akin to if, you give $1,000 to charity and then you find out that it's, funding families, children families you didn't like, and so you decide to steal money from the charity.
I feel like it's just a shooting gallery right now. Another big problem I have with Christianity in particular, complete abdication of personal moral responsibility on your own part, and personal responsibility is the basis for every when a Christian takes their own life, their own responsibilities, and they heap them onto Jesus. They're just advocating everybody. It's just it's so mind-bogglingly insane to me that people they just do this without thinking about it. Right? It's insane to me.
Yeah. No, I just think it's interesting though. It's as far as atheism goes, though, it's I think it's interesting. I'm just saying, you have people that are inspired philosophy, where it's a lot of his debates in recent times aren't really necessarily about proving Christianity is true. A lot of them are about whether Christianity is dangerous or whether or not it's anything that is good for society, which I think is a thing that really I'm not as certain about, because to me it's very difficult for me to make that assessment, because it's a lot of it's sociology, which is not really my field mainly. it's like to me, because I can point to a lot of behaviors Christians have done, and I can't conclusively show that, I can show it, but to me, it's like, is it proof that Christianity, like if Christianity were to spread, that, this is something that would, that this is something that would continue, or is that, something that would exist, without Christianity, or other aspects of Christianity that make it dangerous. So, in general, something that I just think I could never make the decision about, which is kind of why I think a lot of atheists who have debated them have, one of the complaints is said that they fumbled on this issue. I don't know. I can't really say, though, to me. But I think it's interesting. He does make a lot of, it's one thing I will say about inspired philosophy is that, he definitely has sociological papers specifically, I will say that. But as things like whether God exists or things like that, those are the ones where, like, he really loses me, I will say.
What do you say, Jordan Peterson?
No, Inspired Philosophy, Michael Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he, when he makes, debates about sociology, whether Christianity is, bad for society or good for society, he does seem to sound more reasonable than when he makes, debates about, whether God exists, or, when he's, debating things like the problem of evil. It's it just seems like what I'm hearing from him a lot of times in the problem of evil are just, the same answers that I've heard before that, it's just really painful to listen to.
He's kind of a shitty debater. I watched a debate with him. So this was really recent too, from the past week, or a week ago maybe, on modern day debates between him, Inspiring Philosophy, and Richard Carrier. They were debating naturalism. And I just wanted to watch it because I hadn't seen anything from Richard Carrier in a long time, so I thought I can check that out.
Yeah.
It turns out the Inspiring Philosophy guy was he was just being really fucking dishonest and disingenuous. And it's just why the fuck? Why is Carrier debating this guy? Ridiculous. I thought Carrier did a good job defending his position on naturalism.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Richard Carrier, his moral position. I think on the history of Steve Jesus, I've heard his debates on that. I'm not convinced of his conclusion. I think really his debate that he had with Trent Warren and the one that he had with William Lane Craig was the one where he definitely came out on top, because he had, of course, with him being the academic on his side, he was ahead of both of them on specifically on.
I think the one with William Lane Craig, I had no idea. That's interesting.
Yeah, he did. It was it was an old one, but it was when Richard Carrier, he looked like he was in he always looks like he's in his college age with this one. He looked like he just he was a student at MIT.
Where did he go? Columbia? I think Carrier went to Columbia.
I can't remember, but
the reason I remember, this is funny, the reason I remember is because Craig gave a sick burn of Carrier. He was like, what do you do? It was during that debate. The whole debate, the one we're talking about. He was like, I can't believe that, someone who went to such a good school like Columbia would come out and make this. And he's talking about the historicity things.
Yeah. I think out of all of Craig's debates, I think the one that really, to me, as far as history goes, I'm personally more of a fan of Arabic than I am of Richard Carrier, to be honest.
But I think they both make really good points. I don't think I watched a few of those debates. The historicity one topic with Carrier. I thought it was a really interesting angle. I feel like people aren't really addressing there's a few guys that do like really get in the weeds, and they talk about scripture and like this or that verse means, what this word means, and just like it gets like really complicated with people. But most of the time, people are just not addressing the things that Carrier says, like with the brothers of the Lord, for instance.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know so much. Like Richard Carrier, I haven't read as much. I know he has like a book he recently came out with where it was like a few years ago where they're proposing a theory that Jesus is from like outer space. Like I never read about it, but like it's something that was like an interesting theory. I thought, but
I think that's what's it called? I think it's called Jesus from Outer Space. Yeah, I haven't read it, but I think the idea is basically it's basically like an alternative hypothesis that explains Christianity, that explains like the origin of Christianity. I think that's what it's trying.
Did you ever see Craig's debate with Robert M. Price?
Craig and Price. I don't remember, but I did see one with him and Bart Ehrman. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I think the part like with Bart Ehrman and him, I think what was most frustrating about the debate was because of the fact that both of them were talking about two completely different methodologies. I felt like Bart Ehrman addressed, or at the very least gave a more consistent method for determining what was historical. Like particularly, he gave definition of history, which is why a conclusive proof of why the resurrection could never be historical. Which of course William Lane Craig just dismissed as being something that was Hume's argument pretty much, which is really just a guilt by association. It's like, why does it matter if it was Hume's argument? Can you not address the argument itself specifically? Yeah, I think really it's just in general though, it's like, yeah, it was just really one of the frustrating things about the debate ultimately. I think William Lane Craig's his equation that he had for proving the likelihood that Jesus was resurrected was absolutely, I lost at that point. Which is what Bart Ehrman, like when he said that, like, if you're going to use math to prove that, a resurrection happened, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things Carrie went to school for was Bayesian reasoning. Yeah, Bayes' theorem, essentially probability, and that's part of his training, basically PhD training, and he uses like Bayes' theorem, Bayesian reasoning is like core to his Jesus mythicism thing, and like one of the responses from Craig was like, you can sort of put like anything, insert anything into Bayes' theorem, and it will be you can get like any sort of result you want out of it. Basically, what he said, which is it's not really addressing Carrier's position. I don't know. I get a lot of moves like that I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting though. Shred Corn. I mean, like, I don't know, like if you saw the debate he had with Matt Delonte about whether the resurrection happened.
I don't remember it. I just watched it. I don't remember it.
Yeah, I think it was really disappointing when Matt Delonte, like, he had that point where Shred Corn was being put into a chokehold by basically just asking him whether or not, of course, whether he's going to believe that the person rose from the dead on testimony alone. And Trent Warren, it took him a long time to answer that question, but I mean, I think it was a really missed opportunity for Matt to ask him about, because they brought up the example of books of reported resurrections. I wish that Matt Valenti would have gone through those and asked him whether he believes any of those happened. And then to give his reasons why he doesn't believe any of those happened.
Yeah, it's tough. Miracles always seem to work out. You investigate them. It's no reason to think that naturalism is true.
It's one of the things I liked about Pine Creek. Ultimately, I mean, I know that Pine Creek is hated by a lot of atheists, particularly for his political views. But I still see Pine Creek as he offers a lot of valuable content for theists, I think, explaining to them ultimately. But he one time was debating Trent Warren, and of course he gave him this thing where it's he asked him, he went up the scale of all the things that he had as evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. The reasons he believed Jesus rose from the dead, because Trent Warren has where he has the empty tomb, things like that, where he has all these disciples who supposedly saw him. And Pine Creek asked him okay, so I have this 500 witnesses who claim to see me. Would you believe that I did rise from the dead? And he's like, no. And so he kept on going through it, but as he was trying to go up the chain, Trent was saying trying to really skip through to just ask him, saying if the evidence was the same as that's the resurrection, then I would believe it, and but he just really was avoiding Pine Creek, of course, was just trying to get into essentially at what point would it be sufficient evidence for him to believe of course that the resurrection, that his claim happened really, and what was the thing that changed really. But I think probably to me it's to me a lot of atheists, I think Matt Valenti, one of the disappointing things about him is that specifically maybe it's just his age, but he's just, to me, he's not the same. He is not the same person. He doesn't have the same charisma that he did, 10 years ago.
I think it takes a lot out of you, man. You have these insane discussions, either weekly or daily with people. It's taxing, and then as you get older, it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's the grizzled freaking, fucking, what's the guy's name? Gandalf. He's fucking Gandalf now of the atheist experience.
Yeah. Well, I think essentially the atheist experience doesn't want to be associated with me.
Oh, I heard about the producers and stuff like that. Some weird disagreement or something.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I believe it was about I know that you had Stephen Woodford, who was removed because of the controversy that he had. I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with trans issue.
Of course, right. It's kind of weird how it's so weird how it's the amount of trans people in the United States is less than 1%, much less than 1% of the total population, and it's just this fucking insane national topic, it's just why aren't we talking about fucking healthcare? Healthcare affects literally every single citizen or person in the United States. Why are we talking about that? Yeah, no, it's this fucking ridiculous shit.
Yeah, to me, it's one of those things, I feel the same way. It's not saying that's not an issue that I am concerned about or things like that. I do think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed, but it's to me, it's out of all the issues that I'm concerned about, I'm more concerned about healthcare, about, I'm concerned about, crime above all. But yeah, it's like, to me, it's like kind of the thing, really, like I said, it's like I mentioned earlier, it's like the thing with atheism that I really not liked is really just when like movements have taken positions, official positions on like, politics, really outside.
When the Marxists and the communists say, how does it go? They say that we'll have like less crime and better mental well-being, etc. and on. If people's material needs are met. When they say that, like I think they're like right on the fucking money when they say that. And I think people just like write that off just because they're Marxists or communists or whatever. But I mean that statement is fucking true. We would have less crime. People would have better quality, a better standard of living, and have better mental health. They have better jobs, etc. If all their basic material needs are met, like food, water, shelter, education, and stuff, like that's just clearly fucking true.
Yeah, I mean, as far as communism goes, I mean, it's I just really like, to me, it's like one of the things that really gets annoying to me is like, as an atheist, is the fact that we're less trusted than convicted rapists, according to a study that was done.
Oh yeah, what is it? I remember one poll was like they asked for respondents like they're like multiple choice questions, and one of the questions was like, out of these choices, like can you rank these people by the order in which you would vote them for president, and like atheists was at the bottom, like underneath the the pedophiles and the rapists, and all that shit. It's just
yeah, in spite of the fact that atheists make up less than 1% of the entire prison population.
It's wild.
Yeah,
I have an idea. I mean, it could be plausible that like people will go in and they're sort of agnostic, or they're not, or they're very specifically not religious, and then while they're in there and they talk to the preachers, one of the things they can do a lot of is read, so maybe they read the Bible a lot. I don't really know that it's like exactly right to just say. Well, I mean, I think we should think about that too.
So Crimsonite said that atheism is an LGBTQ code because, of course, that's the real reason we become atheists, of course.
What's the reason? LGBT something?
LGBTQ code.
Oh, cope. Alright.
Yeah. It's like Crimson, it's like if I wanted to, rebel against your God and, marry, he left. That's just great.
It's weird with like what's the thing called, Pascal's wager? People present you with Pascal's wager. It's like, why would I care about what would happen to me after I'm dead? I'll be fucking dead. I won't be there to care one way or the other. Because this is like, I don't know, it's just dumb. It's just like a
So a guy goes by Good in the audience posted how many atheists there are in the world, or in the U.S. So yeah, I'm definitely aware that atheists make up a insignificant minority of the population, but yeah. I think it's interesting though, it's like a lot of Christians have been talking about how thinking that, Christianity's population has stabilized and recently. I feel like the pandemic had a lot to do with it. That religion was a way in which a lot of people had social connections during the pandemic. Funny, this William Lane Craig debate with Richard Carrier. You know how like sometimes people are so smart they're really stupid? You know, like my uncle is like went to college when he was like 16 or something. He can't get ketchup out of a fucking bottle, right? It's hilarious to watch him function or try to in daily life. He's way smarter than me. So I put on this debate, and there's only audio coming in the left side. But he can't figure out to make his thing in stereo. It's so funny.
Oh, you're watching from like Craig's channel or something?
It's called Reasonable Faith Org. That's the name of the channel.
Oh, that's it, yeah. That's a fucking stupid ass phrase to you, by the way. I don't know why people let him get away with that.
I like logical faith. You know? Yeah. His reasonable faith is an oxymoron. Just like Islamic knowledge. Islamic knowledge. When I was at the game, it's like I heard that expression of person who said Islamic knowledge. Like Islamic knowledge, that's an oxymoron.
That's like the point of faith is like when you don't have reasons you have faith. That's the point of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's interesting though. I had a debate one time with a Muslim about whether Islam is good for humanity. And, you know, of course, one of the things they told me was their one-time question in the debate was whether if Islam is good, then why does it promote, and how can Islam be good when it promotes things like pedophilia and slavery? And he says this is the same question that's brought up in every Islamic debate. And I said, don't you open the indefensible points keep coming up? And he said it's non-defensible. And, you know, he said that simply that, you know, when this person think that they're ready for marriage, it's when they're like mature. And I said, so Aisha was a hot 9-year-old. But
I get kind of tired of that thing though. Like it's, you know, I mean, Islam is like there's a lot of moving parts in Islam and like thing. Like what is the nature of Allah? You know, how and like is it different than what Christians think God is? Like, that's an interesting question because a lot of times they'll say like, you know, the Muslims and the Christians want to say that, well, yeah, we worship this God. You know, they just see God differently than we do. And you know, I think that's like right for attack. You know what I mean?
they only worship 1/3 of my God. Yeah. No, I call myself the, you know, it's like to me, I always thought about creating the 4 horsemen of the non-apocalypse in pure atheism. Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, fucking Sam Harris, and Richard Dawkins. A 4 horsemen of the non-apocalypse. All right, fuckers. So, okay, I'm in the middle of this consciousness explained by Daniel Dennett, right? And I know it's an outdated book, probably came out in the early 90s or whatever. But then in that book, he references the theory of the bicameral mind from Julian Jaynes. I don't know if you guys... I have not find the book. I've been meaning to read it. Yeah, his theory is that you didn't have this sort of conscious introspection no human did before around the year 1000 BC. It's pretty recent. I mean, it's kind of a crazy idea. So that intrigued me. I don't know much about it yet, though. Yeah, I didn't mean to read that book.
He's got Bennett has a really cool presentation you can watch on YouTube. I think it's called The Magic of Consciousness or something like that.
I think it's called, he had one called The Self is an Illusion. Yeah, he's also the atheist Santa Claus, by the way.
So, Roybos, do you think Islam is also covered under this bicameral theory?
What? Do I think Islam covers the bicameral theory? I don't know what that even means.
It's a good example of.
If you can explain, I need to rephrase the question. I don't understand what you want me to say.
I'm just looking at the application of the theory, and if we apply them to religions, right?
Yeah, also, Julian James has a theory about the origin of religion that is just based out of evolution and language, you know. Yeah, so I don't know. Islam came pretty late. It's already like, 600 AD, whatever, 7th century. So he's more focused on like stuff that, the earliest writings that we can find, like mostly like the Iliad from Homer and whatever, the Greek epics and whatnot.
I found a video. It's actually called "The Illusion of Consciousness," and it's a TED Talk. If nothing else, it's just a very interesting view of consciousness.
Did you think talk about those termite cathedrals? Like they're these termites. They make these structures on the inside and outside. They're sort of similar to. Did you see that? It's kind of interesting. I forget what the species of termites are called, but they make these little castles. It's really weird, and they have no agency or consciousness. They're just doing rote termite work, and then they make these things that look like. So it makes me think that, are we even conscious of what we're doing? I don't know the answer to that. It just seems like it could be an illusion, totally.
And as far as just it's like one area of scientific research that just we don't really have a complete theory yet, sort of like gravity, It's just, I don't know why so many things to attack the consciousness angle, but it's like there's so many different views, about it. It's just, I don't know, just fucking leave it alone. Nobody fucking knows what's going on right now. I think we'll figure it out eventually, though.
Roybos, you were talking about termites. They are the altruistic insects, right? Who kill themselves to protect their colony.
So I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, the older ones, they actually bust.
Yeah, so that kind of proves an atheist's point is that, morals come about through evolution, also being a social creature. If you're going to coordinate with other animals, immediately there's going to be a morality, which is just like a structured hierarchy of behaviors or an organization of behaviors. Because you can't cooperate if you're just completely acting as if no one else exists, right? So that's where morality came from. It's not religion, which doesn't make any sense. Religion appeared so late. And even now on the BBC, I saw this article where we found evidence that that there was a man-made fire even 400,000 years earlier than previously thought. It's like, so we've had fire for that long. The ability to reason that out and make fire was so long ago. You don't think we had morals back then? It doesn't make any sense. That all this hundreds of thousands of years passed. And then all of a sudden religion comes along, gives us stone tablets, and now we have morals. But we were organized and living in little societies, which clearly you have to have morals to be in any kind of society, even a criminal one. You have to have morals.
Among hunter-gatherers, if you go to this in India also, there is this Sentinel Islands, right, where people still live with hunter-gatherers. So even they have morality.
Of course. Are they in a group? Then they have morality. It's that simple.
Yeah, they are in a group, but the commoners like us, we are not allowed to enter that space. Right? It's a protected zone.
I guess as it should be. I don't know. That's a different question. Should you contact these sort of people when you find them? That's
one Christian missionary guy tried, and he was killed by them.
They cannibalized them.
Yeah. I don't know what they did. He went there with some coconuts and Bible.
He had the best intentions, really.
No, but he illegally entered actually. He bribed some guy here in India to enter that
was the Temple of Doom shit right there. Some Kanima.
I think we have cave paintings that go back like 40,000 years. So I think it'd be fair to say that there's probably some form of like animism or religion even as far back as like 40,000 years ago.
Of course.
Yeah.
But with the bicameral theory, it was like before 1000 BC, whatever you want, what number it is, I don't know for sure, but there wasn't like I'm thinking about something and I made a decision. It's almost like forces. And then at some point, someone was like, no, I'm talking to myself now. It's a weird concept, yeah. Like you could say that schizophrenia maybe is like a going back to that sort of thing, right? In a sense. Because you're hearing voices that seem to be coming from someone else, but they're in your head. And I can think of these people as just like walking around as being schizophrenic with the animism and all this stuff. I mean, that's when religion was real. You know, you didn't question it because that was your reality. You wouldn't even think to question it. That was not even on the table to do so. Right?
I think religion has held on for so long because a lot of people think it's like cool or it's like trendy. You know, people like go to church. They sort of, some of them do virtue signaling. Yeah, I think it was like the church, you know, trying to one up each other out of church clothes and shit like that. But they also, I don't know if it's exactly virtue signaling, but it's something else. It's kind of like they're, yeah, I guess it kind of is in a sort of a way where they recount stories to each other about, you know, how strong my faith is versus this point in time versus this point in time, or you know, like how close my relationship is with God. You know, it's just like it's kind of like I guess it's fucking weird.
That's why we think it. This is why we think of it as LARPing, because we know there's no one's truly religious anymore. It's just like a sexual orientation or something.
No, guys, but political angle is also there, right? Like church separated itself from state, right? Certain point of time. But if you see Islam, so they have not done that actually. So it is still a political faith. They have this organization of Islamic countries also having a permanent representation at United Nations. So it's a very much politics actually.
Yeah, I think there's like, I think there are 152 Muslim majority countries where they have some form or another of Sharia law. I think that's a true statement for sure. Very political.
Yeah. So many people they discuss Islam as religion, but I in particular my understanding, I see it as a politics, a pseudo kind of politics. It's wherever they are trying to do the same thing what political parties are trying to do. Yeah, but only thing is they do the same thing in the name of faith. So this is very dangerous thing. Because what Eliot was describing earlier, like message of God and all that thing is good, right? That is how anthropologists and sociologists also have described the religion. But what they miss in those stories is this political aspect of faith, which is very abundant. It's very surprising to me that none of these sociologists have mentioned that.
Maybe we need to get them onto the Enlightenment finally. Then we can discard like the theocracy or theonomy type of governments and get to like more egalitarian and the fucking or utilitarian, I guess, ideals about like, how government ought to be run. I think that'll be good.
Yes, in that case, they therefore are more important than the Constitution, for example.
Yeah. In the States, we have like, we have the Constitution, and we got the Bill of Rights, and then there's in Christianity, there's the, well, I suppose all through the Abrahamic religions, there's the Ten Commandments, or I mean, Islam has 10 Commandments, right? Yeah, they go back to Moses, so yeah, sure, the Ten Commandments too. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of a funny thing. It's like there's nothing in the Ten Commandments that is in the United States Constitution. There, you think that they would be like the first 10 things on our bucket list, right? But there's nowhere in there.
Yeah. No, it's very far from that. We cannot compare it to a Constitution, right? So we see globally also, right? So successfully after to propagate the political content, and then they need not to sponsor it in terms of resources, but the faith itself sponsors the loyalty, the political loyalty.
I think people probably just don't really, in general, they don't really think too critically about their religion or like about their I don't know, theism belief. They don't really, it's just kind of not really that important. So like, people don't really think about it too much. Like everybody I know is religious, or everybody I know goes to church. It's just what people do. They don't really think too critically about it. And I suppose there's not really good reason to do that. It doesn't seem like I don't know, like if some aliens came and they're gonna wipe us out or something, and it really mattered whether we believed in God or not. Then people would really study it. Absent something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they might be thinking that in US also there should be a kingdom of their God, right? Like that. That's also kind of friendly among the worshippers.
Are you Muslim or like ex-Muslim or what?
No, I'm nothing actually. I just
Or what? That's hard to hear you.
No, I'm saying I am none of that actually. I just read. I also see the present context of the things. The only thing I understand is politics. So only for political reasons, the faith gains importance.
I don't know if like faith is a bad thing. I suppose it's sort of neutral, but I mean, there's clearly like better methods for acquiring knowledge, like scientific method, obviously, or just being, or just even rationality is like much better method for like acquiring knowledge than faith is. So like in theory, you could believe that literally any proposition is true. Just faith alone, like I could take it on faith that faith is like terrible and we should all like expunge it. And what the fuck could anybody else say? We're not going to be taking on faith that slavery is good. It's just, there's obvious like flaws in it. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, faith is kind of a documented understanding of our ancestors in the past, right? They understood something and they documented it. So there was a way of life. So few things still apply, few things they don't, right? Still we don't know many things. But we have moved beyond that actually now, right? So still faith is evolved basically. So our understandings, they are changing day by day with the advancement of technology. We are realizing new truths. So yeah. why I use the word political was because going back to something in medieval times, I'm referring the importance of it in the modern state. That is politics. If they would have said for spiritual reasons, that is totally different thing. When you come on the streets and you say we are more important than others, or we know something which none of you know, that is a very different kind of politics.
Okay, Elliot, you need to change your PTR.
Oh shit, what happened? What for?
Okay, Necro, myself, and Daniel are all in black and white, and you are in full Technicolor, and that's going to be a problem.
You guys, is this a fucking conspiracy?
You guys clap the filter on it there. Don't fucking make it complicated. Don't be a pain in the ass. It's the easy way or the hard way, Elliot.
Oh, I got a really old picture. It's black and white. Let's see if I can find it.
And you don't want to do this the hard way.
They'd probably get a kick out of this one. Let's see if I can find it.
But the picture is very sharp, Elliot. Looks like some screenshot from some Hollywood movie.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
God, I look like such a Neanderthal. Fucking crazy.
There it is. Yeah, that's an old picture. Holy cow. Black and white. You see that? I was like fucking off. I would have been 18 or something.
Yeah. If I put my 18-year-old on here, I look like I had really long, beautiful hair. I was like a fucking vampire. It's a good photograph. It's more sepia ink than black and white, but it'll pass.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I can be in the club. You know what I mean?
Elliot, what painting is there in the background?
Painting? I have no fucking idea. I don't remember. That shit was like 20 years ago.
That's very interesting. Which phone was that? Is it like Nokia or?
Might be. I think it is a Nokia. They had a Windows. Nokia had a Windows phone. What was it called? Nokia 1520 something or other. It had a Windows operating system on it. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. That was for a limited time.
A limited one? I don't know. I just got it because it looked really cool. Like the operating system's really cool. I liked it. Like the apps were not these little things that you see. They're like you could make the apps in like these like square. Well, they're basically windows. Like one square of the screen was an entire button for an app. I don't know. I just thought it was really cool. I think it was ultimately like a bad idea though because most app developers they make apps either for iOS or Android, and not many of them make apps for this Windows platform.
Yeah, Android only changed the game for Nokia. Android game is changed.
All right, you're gonna do 19. I'm gonna do 18. Here we go. Ready?
Oh shit! All right.
This is funny as hell. Oh boy. To be young again. There we go.
Let's see what we got here.
It's not black and white though.
Oh shit! You fucking metalhead! Are you a metalhead at this point?
Oh yeah, I was in the death metal, all sorts of shit. Yeah. Like Fear Factory.
Oh my god! Is it your lowest? Is your picture?
It's me at 18. I'm 48 now.
Oh my god! You look like that Nirvana band, right?
Yeah, I was a rocker.
Weren't they all like blonde? All the Nirvana people like blonde or brown.
With some makeup, you would have looked otherwise also.
I was in high school, I loved putting makeup on me. I was like a hot chick with some makeup on. Like I was, yeah, that was bad. It was crazy.
Yeah, but the ladies love it.
Yeah. No, I don't have that hair anymore, unfortunately.
I don't think we could pull it off, man. I think we're just too old. I mean, unless you're a literal fucking rock god, you can get away with like anything.
At that time, one of my favorite bands was a progressive death metal band, and I ended up like 10 years ago or more being in a band with that very drummer. That was a crazy thing. Where it's like, that guy was awesome. He passed away though.
Progressive death metal. So like, oh well, no, I was thinking like In Flames, but
I mean, yeah,
like progressive death metal.
I would consider the band Death to be progressive death metal. As they got on in years, not at first. Elpath was another one.
Elpath, I've heard of that. Yeah. of filth. Where would you put them?
I don't like them. When I was in the Sepultura, Metallica, Megadeth, Deicide, Morbid Angel, the classic thrash death stuff. Yeah, that was us back there. Slayer, of course. And yeah, actually one of my bands is being signed this month. And it took only 48 years to get to that point.
Or your goal is actually just to, I just want to have like long ass black hair and fucking everybody be cool with it.
Anyway, I'm gonna remove that photo for now.
Here, check this one out. I once had a job as a photographer's assistant and went to fucking the Hyatt for like a photo shoot. And yeah.
Wait, is that the Jack in the Box one?
Yeah, that's him. That's the real deal, man.
Nice.
He has like an entourage of people that like sort of follow him around and like manage him. He doesn't speak, doesn't say anything.
So who does that voice? Because there's a voice on those commercials.
I don't know. Nobody sounded like him in the commercial. I think they're just random voice actors. In commercials.
Interesting. That's such a weird like mascot thing because they're like, okay, he's gonna be the CEO of the company. Like the mask, like the logo runs the company. It's such a weird way to go about it. I guess it was effective though. It was like.
I like the commercials pretty cool.
I hate the new logo, that Jack where it's like GACK and the K's in the middle of the sign, right? It's the weirdest thing. Like, why'd they do that? They had such a catchy logo before that. I don't understand that decision.
Their menu doesn't change much. It's just kind of same old shit.
I've had many Jumbo Jacks in my time. And it's funny when you get like a Hispanic lady who like is you're ordering from, he calls them Yummo Yak. You want Yummo Yak?
Yummo Yak?
Yummo Yak. I didn't know you're from Nepal. So react me. That's fine.
So you are a photography guy.
Me? No. I'm fucking terrible photographer.
No, but these pics that one with Nokia phone, I think that was pretty good. I was about to ask you, have you seen the Mozambique president or not? You were a photography guy.
The Mozambique president? What's that?
So many memes are coming now. Like he met with Giorgia Meloni, right? Italian Prime Minister.
I got no idea.
And the photographers, they were really sleeping, like lying down on the floor actually. Just like he's very tall. Mozambique president, you can check. I don't know if you find it funny or not.
Rose is pretty fucking tall. He's like 6'7". Well, like what is? Yeah, pretty fucking tall.
6'7".
Fucking, it's a trip going in there looking for shoes and shit. You always gotta go for like.
No, shoes are okay.
14s or some shit.
I'm 14, so if that was 15, that'd be more difficult. Actually, 14 is not so bad. It's buying pants because I'm slim and tall, and the taller the pants are, they assume you're fatter. So it gets annoying. It's like, why?
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's hard being like.
Yeah, the shirts like never really fucking fit. They're always like a little too baggy, you know.
Yeah, it's like so I try not to.
I'm not even as tall as you. I'm like a half a foot shorter than you almost.
I need to look slimmer.
you saying, sorry?
I was saying, is there any trick to look slimmer?
A trick to look slimmer?
Wear black. Wear black.
Wear black.
Wear like vertical stripes. Like a vertical, like if you wear horizontal stripes in a pattern, that makes you look bigger. If you wear vertical stripes, you wear black. There are tricks to looking slimmer than you are. Yeah. It's also something like well-fitting clothes. Like even if you got like a little bit of a belly and like a dad bod, you can look really good, but it's gonna find the right clothes. That's all.
Oh, I got another one. I got Jack to do the fucking
The dance. Oh no, what is that?
I don't know, what was that called? I forgot. I was like, hey, can you do this? I was like, all right.
Is that hat like glued on or something? Like this, it doesn't come off.
I can't fucking tell. I don't know. I don't know how you breathe in that fucking thing.
It's weird. I've never met Jack. I think it's pretty cool.
He walked around with like fucking like, yeah, it was very like what's the word, exactly like how the president walks around and they got their aides following him and shit in a specific formation, just like that. Good one. Castaway is on Netflix.
Yeah, I saw that. Also, Face Off. One of the greatest movies of all time. It's hard to explain Face Off. It's bad histrionic acting, but it's almost like you're in this like state of mind where you're like, what the fuck? For it's a long movie too. It's a crazy. It's a ride. Like as
It's one of my favorite movies. It's not a good movie, it's a great movie. You know what I'm saying?
That's with Nicolas Cage and Josh Travolta, right? I haven't seen that one in a while.
Oh yeah,
Is it that one's on there right now?
yeah. It's Cage Volta. You got Cage Volta there. They switch, and so you have John Travolta acting like Nicolas Cage, and basically Nicolas Cage just being a little bit more like himself, but toned down a bit to be. Which is still crazy. It's still bonkers. It's so good.
I think except for, well, maybe even that. Maybe except for like Con Air, Nicolas Cage has always been like in his younger days. He's just like, I don't know, it seems like he's on drugs like all the time.
Do you know that?
I don't know, he's just got this energy about him.
So I know a director who worked with him, just on a voiceover thing, and it was exactly what you would expect him. It was like to the T. It was like he was just like he goes into the vocal booth. He takes off this like crazy leather jacket with this like furry neck, drops it down to his feet, and goes, "Let's fucking go!" And just fucking go like off script. It's like you have to fix it in post because there's no stopping Nicolas Cage. They're like, "Oh, could you actually say this?" Like, there's none of that. And the funny thing is about Face Off is that he just got finished filming Con Air, and within 12 hours was on the set of Face Off. He did those movies back to back. It's almost like just enough time for like wig reconstruction between movies.
Yeah.
It's
maybe
mind blowing.
Maybe like whatever stuff he was taking to get like to bulk up for Con Air, that just like I don't know, I mean maybe he had, I don't know if he has steroids or anything. It didn't look like he had steroids, but he's definitely taking some I don't know.
So he goes into a building and there's a gospel choir singing like crazy. It's insane. Face Off is the most insane movie ever made. It makes no sense, but it's like I fucking love it. Anyway.
Is it a mindfuck in the way that Inception is a mindfuck? Or a different kind of way? I had to watch Inception like 3 times just to understand what the fuck was going on. Go watch Face Off later.
It's a different kind of film.
I have made fire. As I get older, I'm liking like drama movies more and more, and action movies like less and less. I don't know, I feel kind of sad about that. So the moral of the story is, if you ever lose your will to live, just you can go like observe morons in their natural habitat, or you can watch movies. That's always good too. Movies are great. I'm gonna get off and watch this movie. See you guys.
Hey, check out that YouTube I just posted in the comments. Check it out.
YouTube.
It's in the comments.
from it. Why does it go from a neutron star to a black hole? It's just like.
Yeah, right. So every time two neutron stars collapse into each other, does it always form a black hole? Or is that I don't know. I mean,
It's like some metric of mass, like some quantitative amount of mass, and then, once that critical mass is achieved, then it's a black hole. I don't know. How does that work?
Well, it's a fun little watch, though. Gotta admit.
Yeah, I like the visual aids like that. It helps the analogy along. Part of the reason why platonic objects are stupid, because there's like no visual aid to go along with them.
Yeah, I mean, our universe is really efficient at making black holes. That's one thing's for sure. Do you think we could be inside of a black hole? Like our entire universe?
Isn't that something that fucking Dr. Penrose statements out?
Probably. It probably did. Was he the first one to posit that?
I don't know. Somebody like him. There's like a theory like that. I remember Sean Carroll talking about it. He say, so and so. Thinks anybody live inside of a black hole? I was falling asleep when I was listening to it, though.
It's interesting how when the two neutron stars collapse into each other, it creates this like resonance almost, this sort of like vibration in the geometry of space. That's wild. And they're trying to visualize it, I guess, as much as possible, but.
Well, I guess technically, like all mass, well, maybe not all mass, but most mass, like affects space-time or causes ripples. That's. That's just what gravity is. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to visualize. It's easy to visualize it on like the surface of a pond, but like if you go from the surface to underwater, then what does it look like? It's harder to visualize that.
Well, the metals like gold, I think they are formed by neutron star collision. It's very fascinating. Even uranium also. Is there any new movie about that?
About what, neutron stars?
Yeah, I mean something related to the universe.
Not that I know of. Maybe there is. Alright, I'm gonna go watch this movie.
So my question is, which heavy elements can only be created by the merger of two neutron stars? Because it does say that in the video. Like which elements are those? Because I know gold has to be created in a supernova explosion.
Yeah, gold, silver, uranium, heavy metals.
for me.